Seeing the filaments inside the chi in his body, Baichuran originally thought were impurities that had invaded his purple palace. After all, the power of time manipulated by heaven at this moment was indiscriminately oppressing his entire existence from inside and outside his body. But after a slight scan with his soul awareness, Baichuran realized that those golden filaments were nothing else but the true chi, which was slowly condensed and born under the majestic pressure of the time wave urged by heaven. Even under this pressure, Baichuran's true chi was born as slowly as squeezing toothpaste, but after all, the true chi has existed in his body. Baichuran couldn't help but give up the resistance, spreading his hands and feet, letting heaven control a wave of time that surpassed another round and smashed it on him. The pressure from the giant wave became stronger and stronger, and blood started to appear on Baichuran's skin. But under the effect of the creator's bodyforging technique, these insignificant wounds healed in an instant. Moreover, after it healed, the creator's bodyforging technique worked on its own, making his body tougher. After a few rounds of huge waves, this pressure could no longer cause him any harm. And with the increase in the number of true chi filaments in the body, Baichuran's breath also rose rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, after a few more rounds of attacks, for some reason, heaven suddenly retreated. The translucent twisted object quickly disappeared, and the surrounding scenes gathered again like dust and sand, covering Baichuran and Wise Immortal. "Why did you leave?" Baichuran curled his lips in disappointment, and then lifted a filament of true chi in his body, liberating Wise Immortal from the state of being imprisoned by time. The difference between this filament of true chi and his chi was the same as the difference between the true chi and chi in the body of ordinary cultivators. It was a qualitative difference. Baichuran just transported the true chi to the palm of his hand and touched the Wise Immortal lightly, yet the turbulence of time and space that bound him was easily shattered. What happened? Wise Immortal's thinking remained at the moment when heaven appeared. After being lifted from the imprisonment, he first froze for a moment, and then quickly reacted. "Old Bai, did you run away from heaven? I didn't bully it. It fucked me for a long time and ran away by itself." Baichuran sighed. "Okay." Wise Immortal doubted. "Why are you so disappointed? You really hope it will stay with you?" Baichuran then briefly explained the situation to Wise Immortal. After hearing this, Wise Immortal was shocked and said, "What? Heaven jealousy actually uses this method to practice true chi. However, if you think about it carefully, it seems that heaven jealousy's purple palace has no limits. You can only go to the outside world to seek pressure. It is a pity that you have practiced too much. If you have less than 10,000 or 20,000 layers, maybe you can use space pressure to help you build a foundation. But now, space attacks have no effect on you, right? I hate it." Baichuran regretted deeply. "It's useless to say this now. Let's think about how to get back first." Wise Immortal looked around. "Which era are we now? God knows." Baichuran looked around and found that a group of immortals were at war with a huge monster next to him. Anyway, it must have been a long, long time. I don't know what era the Eastern Emperor Bell will send us to. Wise Immortal thought for a while then sighed. But fortunately, you already have true chi in your body. This is hope. With your energy, even a filament of true chi can be comparable to all the true chi of a powerful cultivator. If you can understand clues about the rules of time in the rune structure of the gods we recorded, we may have the hope of returning to the original era. Okay. Thinking of this fact, Baichuran's originally happy mood for having true chi calmed down. The surrounding scenes changed rapidly, showing the vicissitudes of time as the two of them showed the vicissitudes of time. After some time, the speed of scene change finally slowed down. A repulsive force came, and the two were pushed out of the long river of time and landed on a lush forest hill. It seems that the power of the Eastern Emperor Bell is finally exhausted. Wise Immortal said, "It's really unlucky, we don't know where we were thrown." Baichuran took a deep breath, and then said in surprise, "The spiritual energy here is so rich. It is at least 10 times that of our time." Holding Wise Immortal's head, he found a tall boulder nearby and climbed it up, and then saw the magnificent scene ahead. They were in an extremely broad virgin forest, paved all the way to the end of the earth. In the forest, They could see towering mountain peaks everywhere, like a divine sword straight through the sky. The substantive spiritual energy enveloped these peaks and forests, forming pieces of colorful and enchanting clouds. The clear water formed a silver waterfall like the Milky Way, which fell from heaven. 1. Bichuran even saw the substantive spiritual energy turned into a mountain spring to flow down from a certain mountain peak, forming a clear stream on the ground. The two were indulging in the beauty in front of them, and suddenly, countless birds in the forest flew up, screeching. A roar came from afar, and a giant tiger with wings on its back and hundreds of meters in length flapped its wings and hovered in the sky. The aura on this giant tiger was very powerful, almost equivalent to a cultivator in the physique integration stage. Even more shocking, it hovered in mid-air a few times, and suddenly fell to the ground, crawling between the mountains. It turned out to be hiding something. The next moment, a white rainbow suddenly penetrated the sky, and the giant tiger wailed and fell to the ground sideways. A huge arrow appeared on its side abdomen, almost completely submerged in its body. The blood dyed its fur red, and the giant tiger was trying to escape, but the arrow seemed to penetrate its vital organs. After a few seconds, the giant tiger's head tilted. It died. Then, the clouds in the sky suddenly broke, forming a big hole. A man with a length of about 1,000 feet appeared. His upper body was like a normal adult man, while his lower body resembled a giant dragon. The dragon tail swung as his huge body landed from the sky, making the whole land tremble faintly. He also held a huge bow that matched his figure in his hand, and a quiver was slung around his waist, which was filled with countless huge arrows. He took a heavy step and came to the side of the giant tiger, laughed, and pulled out the arrow from the giant tiger's body, wiped off the blood and put it back into the quiver, then lifted the giant tiger up and carried it on his shoulders. After a while, the giant god passed through the clouds and returned to the sky. Bichuran and Wise Immortal looked at the big hole in the clouds for a long time, then Wise Immortal smiled bitterly. That is a god. It seems that the Eastern Emperor Bel has sent us back to the Age of Gods. TL's note. Yeah. Bichuran paused, then suddenly asked. Can you tell which period we are in? Let me see. Wise Immortal took a close look at the vast land in front of him, and then said. It should be at the end of the era of gods, the reign of the Eastern Emperor Tai. Fortunately, although it has fallen into the worst situation, it is at least the best case in the worst situation. You are so optimistic. Bichuran pondered for a moment, and suddenly said. In other words, now the last heavenly emperor, Eastern Emperor Tai, is still alive and ruling the world, right? Wise Immortal took a look and replied. Well, the last heavenly emperor seems to be still there. That means the human race has not yet begun to rebel. Bichuran clenched his fists and said. The first heaven jealousy has not appeared yet, so now I have come to this era, can I look for the first heaven jealousy? Then, let him teach me how to build a foundation. Heh! It makes sense. Wise Immortal was taken aback for a moment, and then said. Indeed, this is the best method when I haven't been able to find the information of the first heaven jealousy. I also want to see who the first heaven jealousy is. Okay, then the next step is decided. Bichuran raised his finger to the sky. First, set a small goal to find the first heaven jealousy. Your goal is good, but... Wise Immortal hesitated for a while and said. I think now, should you find a way to put on your clothes? Although the human race of this era is savage, they are still not unclothed. Bichuran didn't expect that in the process of exploring the land of the gods, he would end up being naked. Generally speaking, his own clothes would also maintain infuriating defenses, but now it seemed that clothes made of ordinary fabrics were still inferior to his body. Even with the strengthening of his energy, the clothes cannot withstand the void storm's devastation. Anyway, those clothes were just bought casually at a certain clothing store under the mountain. The loss was not much, but the problem was, because of self-confidence, Bichuran did not bring spare clothes in his storage bag. He originally wanted to bring it, because he couldn't use the cleaning spell, but Li Jinyao volunteered to take on the job of cleaning his clothes. So now, Bichuran was in a very embarrassing situation. He had to run into the forest under the guidance of wise Immortal and killed 2 strange creatures that looked like leopards and bears with bare hands like a savage. Their fur was peeled off and a pair of lederhosen was made hastily, barely covering his private places. It would be great if Su Xiangxue was here. With the handcraft ability of the Kamasutra sect master, sewing a robe with this kind of fur would be a piece of cake. Miss Li is also fine. She probably doesn't mind sewing a dress for her old predecessor. Ruo Wei, this child is born in a royal family, and does this kind of delicate work. It took less than an hour after coming to the era of gods, and Bai Churan began to think about mundane things in his mind. It's so funny that you are like this now. If I still have hands and feet, I have to find a photo stone to record your appearance. Wise Immortal was reworn by Bai Churan and hung on the back waist with animal tendons. It swayed and he teased, I think you were ingenious when you were refining tools, how come you become rough when it comes to doing this kind of manual work? I haven't practiced specifically, besides, people are not sages, and I always have things that I'm not good at. Bai Churan sighed. You'll take me to find 2 strange animals with materials that can be used to refine tools later, and let me refine a piece of clothing again. The 2 were walking in the forest, because in this era, no one knew the way. So Bai Churan simply threw a wooden stick and chose a random direction. After walking for a while, Bai Churan suddenly smelled a strange fragrance. This is. Bai Churan sniffed and said in surprise. Wine. Having wine meant that there were inhabitants. In this era, although the Braws were not necessarily humans, at least they were also races with advanced intelligence. Through communication with them, Bai Churan and Wise Immortal could obtain some basic information. Although Wise Immortal's great wisdom was very useful, it was not omnipotent after all. Some basic knowledge still needed to be obtained through communication. Even if the opponent was a race hostile to the human race, Bai Churan was not afraid. After all, any dissatisfaction could be crushed by his fist. Following this scent, Bai Churan quickly walked through the forest, throwing a few exotic animals that saw him as a prey far behind, and then he came to a cliff on the edge of the protruding cliff. There was a wonderful tree which had no flower and leaves. Instead, there were some bagged objects like pitcher plants. The aroma was emitted from it. What? It's a tree. Bai Churan sighed with disappointment. What tree? Let me see. Wise Immortal shook his head urgently and shouted. Bai Churan took him down and faced the tree. Wise Immortal looked at it for 2 minutes and said, Oh, the name of this tree is called the Chengji tree. The tree's sacs will absorb spiritual energy and produce energy-rich fairy wine. Whether the taste or color, it is the best fruit wine. After drinking it, mortals can still prolong their vitality and longevity. There are also large-scale plantings of it in the Heavenly Emperor's garden. It's not a wine made by humans. No matter how delicious it is, it's useless to me. I'm not Huang Fu Feng. Bai Churan sighed. At least you can drink the wine that the gods on behalf of the gods drink to quench your thirst. Wise Immortal said. Bai Churan thought about it, so he came to the edge of the golden pulp tree and opened a pouch hanging on it. A strong scent came in, and inside the capsular bag, the crystal-clear agar syrup swayed slightly with Bai Churan's movements. Just smelling the scent made people couldn't help but talk. Seeing the wine, Bai Churan's original unhappy mood was also relieved a little. He stretched his head and drank the wine in his pouch. A delicacy that had never been tasted, poured into his mouth, stimulating every cell on his tongue. The sweet wine was full of fragrance, but it did not burn the throat. On the contrary, when the wine was flowing down the throat, it brought a cooling sensation, making people feel a little warm. Bai Churan raised his head, smacked his tongue, and couldn't help saying, "Good wine." He climbed to the tree and drank all the wine on the fruit tree very simply. After doing this, the two continued on the road, and walked in the same direction for about an hour. When the two walked to a turbulent river, Bai Churan suddenly covered his stomach and shouted, "Wait, there is a situation." What happened? Hearing Bai Churan's voice, Wise Immortal was also a little nervous. Could it be that you have a stomachache? It's not. Bai Churan looked strange. I actually want to pee. What? Weird. Wise Immortal said in surprise. After stepping on the road of cultivation, the digestive ability of the cultivator was greatly increased. Even if the cultivator ate the food that ordinary mortals eat, they could basically digest the food completely, and did not need to excrete the indigestible food scraps. For by Turan's physical strength, let alone a mortal's food, even the jade syrup that an immortal drank was no different from drinking plain water. But now he actually needed urinary. I remember the last time I wanted to pee, it was still time to practice a poison exercise. Bai Turan muttered. At that time, I was eating highly toxic substances every day, and the toxins that the body could not digest were all excreted from my body in that way. I can only say that the things of ear of gods are really extraordinary. Wise Immortal suggested. It happens that there is a river nearby. You should solve it first before you go on the road. Well, it makes sense. Bai Turan walked through the bushes and walked to this big river, but seeing the waves of the big river rolling and the white waves surging, stimulated his urge of urination even more. So he unbuttoned his leather pants and began to untie them. After a while, Bai Turan put on his pants and let out a long sigh of relief. I have not experienced this kind of nostalgic feeling for nearly 2,000 years. That's a good feeling? Wise Immortal asked in doubt. Of course it's a good feeling. While talking, Bai Turan grabbed Wise Immortal's head from his belt and held it in his hand. At this time, from the corner of his eyes, he caught a glimpse of a strange thing appearing in the river, which looked like a giant tail. What is that? After a while, as the waves surging, the thing gradually rose to the surface. It turned out to be an ink-colored dragon, but at this moment it was lying on the river with its stomach turned, drifting with the waves, and was gradually rushed to the lower reaches of the river by the waves. That's a pure-blooded dragon. Wise Immortal Tut said. The era of gods is incredible. In the land of the mortal world, you can actually see this pure-blooded dragon. Its blood is even purer than the little girl who has a good relationship with you. But what's wrong with it? How did it die? How could I know? Bai Turan shrugged. It must have nothing to do with me anyway. The two watched the giant dragon slowly being washed away by the current. Bai Turan thought for a while, and simply walked along the river in the downstream direction. Bai Turan walked very slowly. In a blink of an eye, even the dragon corpse had disappeared in the river. He didn't know where it was washed away, and he didn't care. He continued to walk slowly downstream, killing a few water beasts who wanted to eat him. At the dusk, he came to a three-way intersection in the river, and suddenly his ears caught a roar that was different from the roar of the beast. Damn it! Who would dare to kill my dragon? It's a human voice. Bai Turan lifted his spirits, speeded up his pace, and hurried to the place where the sound came from. Pushing aside the bushes, on the bank of the river, he saw the existence making this sound. It was a tall god, wearing bronze armor, holding a sharp sword in one hand, and holding a small pagoda in the other. His body looked like a human, but with a blue face and fangs, two huge anti-teeth sticking out from under his lips, pressed against the corners of his mouth. The height of this deity should have been changed and shrunk a lot, but even so, his height was about 20 to 30 meters, so when standing on the beach, he was still a giant. At his feet lied the dragon corpse that Bai Turan and Wise Immortal saw in the river not long ago. The tens of meters long black body was fished out from the river by this god and spread a piece on the river beach. In front of him, there were several humans with disheveled heads, dressed in animal skins, and wooden bows and arrows slung on their backs, kneeling on the ground in front of him, shivering. It's human race. Wise Immortal whispered. After Bai Turan hid him in the bushes, he planned to observe the situation in secret. Being able to poison this river, poisoning my dragon. Think about it carefully, the only living beings around here who can do this are you humble human. The god was pacing back and forth in front of the group of human races, and the heavy footsteps shook the river beach. Even if you didn't have the guts to poison the dragon of the god, but after all, it is true that you poisoned the dragon of this god. What do you think this god should do? The human race did not dare to say anything, and was silent for a long time. The leading human finally lowered its head and said in a low voice, "Dear the great god, as their leader, I'm willing to pay for his life." Roll. The god roared and stomped heavily on the ground, crushing the ground under his feet. What are you? Can you compare with the dragon of the god? Pay for his life? Is your little life worth the dragon of this god? The other humans buried their heads lower and dared not look up, and the human leader hurriedly said, "The great god, please calm down your anger. What kind of compensation does great god want? As a clan, we will definitely try our best to accomplish it. Originally, according to the truth, this god should take the heads of your clan to pay for the life of this god's little dragon." The god turned his sword in his hand and walked back and forth. "But it is expected that your clan, who sincerely worships the gods, has always been favored by His Majesty the Emperor and other gods, so this god is also a large number of adults. This time I will let you go. Counting time, your clan's newborns in here should also be born. You wait and go back, choose a few pink and tender children for this god as a gift. For this matter, this god will forgive you." As soon as he said this, Baichuran could see that the leader's body trembled very clearly, but in the end he lowered his head and responded in a low voice. "Thank God for His great grace. Just follow God's will. Well, remember, the deadline is 7 days from now." The god nodded in satisfaction. "Also, I don't like babies born more than 1 month old, so let's forget those born more than 1 month old." "Yes." Seeing this, Baichuran felt that he could no longer sit back and watch. This group of gods obviously did not regard the human race as human beings, but as a kind of animal that was raised in captivity and could communicate with themselves. He twisted his wrist and was about to send this god to hell, but when he just mentioned the true energy in his body, the space in all directions suddenly became grey, and everything in the world stopped flowing. The familiar oppressing force appeared again. But this time, the pressure was just right. It just happened to stop Baichuran's next move, and the time over there did not stop flowing. It seems that heaven only temporarily isolated him from the world this time. "This is the interference of heaven," Wise Immortal muttered. "It seems that it doesn't want us to change certain established history." Baichuran moved his lips and was about to speak. A cold voice suddenly came out from the bushes behind the riverbank on the other side of the normal world. "Hold on, you stop for me." Hearing this voice, the expression of the celestial god changed, and the clouds that had risen under his feet slowly dissipated. There was a rustle in the bushes, and then, from the bushes behind the river beach, a little girl slowly walked out. Like these humans, she was dressed very crudely. She seemed to be wearing a coat sewn with some kind of white fur, and her lower body was wearing a long skirt made of the same fur. But unlike the humans, this little girl who looked only 13 or 14 years old was born very beautifully. She had long black hair like a cloud, which was turned into a bun with a hairpin made of wood. Under the eyelashes, there was a pair of bright eyes, small lips, without any makeup, showing a faint pink color. Her teeth were white, and there were faint purple tattoos on the corners of her eyes. Her skin was fair, like white porcelain with a faint luster. Looking at her jade finger arms, thin waist, and fair skin, even Wise Immortal and Baichuran couldn't help but admire her beauty. But the pretty little girl looked cold at the moment, and, on her shoulder, there was a big black snake clinging to her shoulders, hissing her tongue. Seeing this little girl coming out, the celestial god also changed his expression, and asked quickly, "The goddess of plague, why are you here?" The little girl didn't answer his question right away. She just walked to the river beach, glanced at the humans lying on the ground, glanced at the dragon corpse lying on the river beach, and then coldly said, "I poisoned this dragon, it has nothing to do with them." "What?" Seeing the offering was about to escape his hands, the celestial god couldn't help but exclaim, "You mean you poisoned my dragon for no reason? Even if you are the righteous god in charge of the plague poison, His Majesty will not indulge you. The goddess of plague, I advise you to think about it and let this group of humans hold the responsibility for you. I don't have to hold it accountable. Does this girl need human race to hold my responsibility?" The little girl snorted coldly, and then said, "I am here to test a new poison pill by His Majesty's order. If you want to cause trouble to His Majesty the Emperor, you can do it. Anyway, your dragon is stupid enough to play in the river where this girl is testing poison. You neglect your own pet, and still want to blame me when it dies. Your dragon broke into the test field of His Majesty the Emperor. I haven't asked you about your guilt, but you want to blame me first. A little god, dare to be rampant in front of this girl? This The deity took a step back with a little fear on his face. Go away. The little girl glanced sideways at him, and the viper on her shoulder stood high, hissing her tongue. This girl knows that the celestial gods are very unpleasant to me, but His Majesty is not going to embarrass me, a righteous god, for a little god's word like yours. If you don't get out of the way, this girl will use you to test medicine for His Majesty, the goddess of plague. I have written down this matter today. The celestial god was very unconvinced and arched his hand to a little girl who had just reached his ankle, and then angrily carried the dragon corpse on the ground. Bah! It's really bad luck. Why did I meet a damned god? He cursed angrily in a low voice, and his figure quickly rose to the level of nearly 1,000 feet, and then flew up into the sky, carrying the black dragon into the sky. The little girl obviously heard the abuse of this god, but she didn't care. Instead, she turned to look at the group of human races on the ground and said, "You guys, get up." Yes. Several human races who seemed to be hunters got up from the ground, lowered their heads, and stood far away from the little girl. Do you need me to send you back to the clan? The little girl asked after hesitating for a moment. Don't dare, don't dare. The leader of the human race shook his head hurriedly and said, The great god doesn't need to be busy with our own affairs, we dare not delay. Pitch, then you go by yourself. The little girl turned around and said, Starting now, before it gets dark, you should be able to return to your clan. Yes. Several humans lowered their heads, and the leader whispered, Then these lowly ones will go. Then, this group of human races ran into the dense forest as if avoiding some disaster, and disappeared. The little girl didn't express any disrespect to these human races. She walked to the river and took out a small bottle from her jacket and poured it into the river water. Then, she put away the bottle, asked coldly, The one over there, have you seen enough? At this time, Baichuran suddenly realized that heaven's restriction on him had been unknowingly resolved. He was standing outside the bushes with such big thorns and did not hide it, so the little girl found out easily. Because the girl who was suspected of being a god seemed to have no hostility towards the human race, Baichuran touched his nose and walked out of the bushes. Miss. He arched his hand at the little girl and asked, Excuse me, this is the border of the humans' hunting area, and beyond it, there is an uninhabited wilderness. The little girl answered Baichuran's question very coldly, and then asked him, Are you a newborn god? What? Baichuran looked at her hands and feet, and said in surprise, I think I should be a human being. Stop pretending to me. The little girl waved her hand very impatiently. How can a human body have such huge energy? If you are a human and alone in this wilderness, you have already become the food of other beasts. Baichuran was stunned. It seemed that the human race of this era was not as strong as he thought. Okay. So, he could only say, Then, what do you say I am? Where are you born from? The little girl asked again. Although you are a little confused and can't remember your race, you should know where you were born, right? Baichuran said in his heart that I really don't know. From the time he remembered, he seemed to have been abandoned on a certain battlefield, relying on rummaging through the dead people's corpses to make a living. He thought for a long time, but couldn't think of a good reason, so he could only say in a nonchalant manner, I am an orphan. Orphan? The little girl thought for a while with a weird expression, but suddenly she thought of something, her expression softened a lot. I understand. She said to Baichuran, Are you a second-generation god? Your parents were killed when you were born, just like me. Am I a second-generation god? Baichuran touched his head, pretending to be dumbfounded. It seems that you still don't know the situation. The little girl sighed, turned around, and said, Come with me. She stepped forward. Baichuran rushed to her side in 3 and 2 steps, walked side by side with her, and asked, Miss, can I know your name? You can call me Jiang Lan. The little girl answered Baichuran's question and then asked, How about you? Do you have a name? I do. Baichuran replied. My name is Baichuran. Following Jiang Lan all the way, Baichuran and Wise Immortal came to a small house surrounded by woods. This simple hut built of stones and thatch was built on the mountain. Jianglan used her supernatural power to forcibly open up an open space in the lush woods and used it as her residence. There was a simple fence with bamboo sticks around the hut. 2 fields have been opened up in the yard. Some flowers and plants that Bai Churan didn't know were planted here. There were rows of wooden shelves beside the hut. There were several earthy yellow clay pots placed on them, and the sound of crawling came out from the pots. Don't touch the things in my yard, or I don't care about burying you after you die by poison. Seeing Bai Churan looking curiously to observe a flower in the yard, Jianglan reminded. Bai Churan straightened up, followed Jianglan, and walked into her cabin. The conditions in the hut were very rudimentary, much more primitive than the poorest farmhouse Bai Churan has ever seen. A small table was piled up with wood and stones on the ground, and 2 wooden stakes were placed next to him. It was a bench, and in the corner next to the small table, a stone platform covered with animal skins was probably the bed used by the little girl in front of him. There were many bottles and cans in the corners of the room, as well as containers made of beast skulls, but there was no peculiar smell inside the room. Instead, it was filled with a subtle smell, as if many medicinal materials are mixed with a certain sweet taste. This is for you. Jianglan found a hammock made of animal skins from a wooden box on the wall of her house and handed it to Bai Churan. There are 2 trees outside. You can hang this one and sleep on the tree. After tomorrow, I will take you to the sky and let His Majesty the Emperor give you the guardhood. Then you don't have to stay with me anymore. Oh, thanks a lot. Bai Churan took the animal skin she handed over. There is miasma outside, even ordinary gods can't get in. If you sleep in the yard, you don't have to worry about the safety of your life. Jianglan exhorted 2 more words, and then said, Well, you go out to rest first, I want to go to bed too. Bai Churan subconsciously wanted to say how early it was, but he looked up at the sky and remembered that he was in another era. The nights of this era were quite dangerous. Even in the settlements, the human may be attacked and lose their lives at any time, so the habit of this era must be to work at sunrise and rest at night falls. Although Jianglan was a god, judging from the fact that she lived on the earth and not in the sky, she should have been exiled by other gods. It is estimated that her work and rest habits were also affected by the human race's influences. After he came out of the hut, Jianglan immediately closed the door of the hut. Bai Churan's sensitive ears heard the sound from inside. This little girl of the gods should have taken off her clothes and went to sleep just like she said. He took this animal skin hammock and walked around the hut, and found the 2 big trees growing together behind the hut. Several branches were suitable for binding the hammock. As long as there was a foothold, there was nothing Bai Churan couldn't climb on. He climbed up the tree with the hammock, tied the 2 ends of the hammock on the branches of the 2 trees, and was about to lie down. The corners of his eyes suddenly dangled. In the back corner of the yard, a passage was specially set aside. Bai Churan was very curious in his heart. Relying on his power, he was not afraid of any danger, so he jumped off the tree and touched it silently. Behind the passage was a path that was opened up. Seeing that there should be people walking along the path, Bai Churan finally walked out of the forest and came to a cliff. Looking down, there was a little fire in a dark wilderness. What did you see? Feeling Bai Churan's movements, Wise Immortal, who pretended to be dead for most of the day, shook his head and asked, Let me take a look too. Bai Churan raised Wise Immortal's head and let him see the flames in the wilderness. As a result, Wise Immortal said without thinking, Isn't that the settlement of the human race? Correct. Bai Churan said. From the edge of the river, you can see that this girl Jianglan seems to have a good impression of human race. Oh, speaking of this, I forgot to tell you. Wise Immortal was only at this time to make up for it. That little girl is a hybrid of god and human. Hybrid? Bai Churan said in surprise. Is she a demigod? There is no such thing as demigod. She is a pure-blooded god, the kind who has perfectly inherited the godhood of the previous generation. Wise Immortal replied. Miss Su is a half-demon. That's because the bloodline of the demon emperor has been passed down for so many generations, but it is still unable to completely offset the bloodline of our human race. But the bloodline of the gods is different. The bloodline level of the gods is too high compared to other races in this era. The children born from their union with other races either died directly or were pure-blooded gods. Then her attitude towards human race can also be explained. Baichuran nodded while holding his chin. So, who are her parents? If you ask for their name, I can only say that great wisdom can't see it. Perhaps for heaven of this era, their names are not yet worth remembering. Wise Immortal replied. I only know that her father is an ordinary human race, and her mother, who used to be the god in charge of medicine, seems to have been in charge of the sea in the later period. So what about her? Baichuran asked again. She, as you heard, is in charge of the plague and medicine. Of course, she has inherited her mother's authority over the sea. Wise Immortal replied. She is in charge of the sea but does not live in the sea. She is in charge of the plague but lives so close to the human race. I am afraid that those guys in the sky are thinking of ways to get rid of her all the time. In other words, from our standpoint, can we trust her? Baichuran asked finally. Look at you, anyway, she is considered to be a friendly god, and for now, there is no reason to harm you. Wise Immortal hesitated for a moment, and then said, by the way, I understand the reason why you wanted to pee after drinking the wine from the fruit juice. What reason? In the wine of the golden pulp tree, there was actually a sac that was poisoned. Wise Immortal said. Yes, as you guessed, it was the little girl who got there. You want to pee because your body actively excreted the indigestible highly toxic substances in your body. In other words, the dragon of that celestial god was actually poisoned to death by your urine. Oh shit. Baichuran's face collapsed. You said she won't harm me. She really didn't intend to hurt you. The medicine is put in a place that the human race can't reach. The target he wants to poison to death is likely passing animals or even gods. Who knew you would go there to drink? Wise Immortal sighed. I have faults too. I didn't see it clearly at the time, but anyway, your body is really tough and there is no danger, just as nothing has happened. The next day, Baichuran, who was lying in the hammock, was shaken awake at dawn. He opened his eyes and looked down sideways, and found that Jianglan was kicking his hammock with her feet. The tree was so thick that 3 people were needed to hug around it, yet it was shaken violently by a little girl's feet in straw sandals. Get up. Seeing him sticking out his head, Jianglan said to him very coldly, come down to eat. Oh. Baichuran stretched out, then leaped off the hammock which was 4 or 5 meters above the ground, and landed on the ground. This thing is for you. Put it on. Jianglan put a pair of straw sandals into Baichuran's hands and then walked into the cabin without saying a word. Baichuran took the straw sandals and froze for a moment, then smiled bitterly and stuffed his bare feet into the straw sandals. This pair of straw sandals were exactly the size of his soles. Although the materials were rough, the handwork is very delicate and comfortable to wear. It seemed that Jianglan was not as indifferent to everything as she showed, but was a very careful girl. Walking to the door of the hut, Baichuran smelled a scent of meat. He saw that Jianglan was putting a black clay pot on the low table in the hut, and then using a wooden spoon to scoop out the broth in the pot, poured it into 2 wooden bowls. After doing all this, she sat down on a small stool by the table and pointed to the opposite side of her. Sit. She picked up the wooden bowl and said briefly, eat. Baichuran walked to the opposite side of her, picked up the wooden bowl, and saw that Jianglan had picked up her own bowl, and started eating. There was no other tableware on the table, only 2 shaved wooden sticks, which should be chopsticks of this era. Baichuran picked up the bowl and took a sip. The seasoning in this soup was only coarse salt and some tasted like coriander. Plants, but the broth itself tastes very delicious. Anyhow, there were chopsticks. Baichuran comforted himself, and then followed Jianglan's example, and had a rather rich breakfast. In this era, women do not have the kind of later generations in order to maintain the feminine image. Survival came first here. Therefore, Jianglan's eating style was very masculine, and it could even be described as bold and unrestrained. Even Baichuran had to gobble it up, barely catching up with her speed. Perhaps because she was a god, Jianglan had a big appetite. Baichuran only ate a bowl of broth in a clay pot, and the rest went into her belly. After done eating and drinking, Jianglan used some blades of grass to clean up the oil stains on the mouth, and then put the dishes and chopsticks into the clay pot, and brought them to the nearby river, and brushed them clean. Bai Churan stayed in the house. After Jianglan got everything done and returned with the washed kitchen utensils, Jianglan asked him the first question of the day. "Can you fly?" Bai Churan immediately felt an unstoppable fury, but he also understood that this little girl was not malicious, so he patiently replied in a dull voice. "I do not know." In fact, as early as this era, on the way before meeting Jianglan, Bai Churan, who now possessed true qi, tried to fly by flying sword, but the facts proved that even if he possessed the true qi, ordinary iron swords could not bear his power. Once the true qi entered the sword, let alone flying, even if Bai Churan relaxes his fine control of power a little, the blade would directly decompose into some kind of basic particles. According to Wise Immortal's guess, even in the Land Immortal era, he could not find a sword capable of carrying Bai Churan's true qi. After working hard for a long time, he finally had a small amount of true qi in the Purple Mansion, but Bai Churan still couldn't fly freely, which was tantamount to another bad news for him. "Really? You can't?" Perhaps not being able to fly was not a rare thing for the gods, so Jianglan was not surprised by Bai Churan's answer. She said, "Then I will take you up, but you have to be mentally prepared. I am unpopular in the sky. Don't blame me if you are involved." I won't blame you." Bai Churan nodded. "Then get closer." Bai Churan moved slightly in Jianglan's direction and stood about 1 meter away from her. Jianglan looked at him, suddenly stretched out her hand and yanked his arm abruptly, at the same time coldly said, "I told you to get closer. How can you learn the habit of heavenly God's mother-in-law before you go to heaven?" Bai Churan was caught off guard and was stunned, leaning against Jianglan's side, and then a cloud of mist rose up under the little girl's feet, lifting the two of them up to the sky. Jianglan led him through the clouds, across the galaxy, and ascended to the top of the sky. At the confluence of the Milky Way, Bai Churan saw a scene he was quite familiar with. Built on the shore of the Milky Way, a jade ladder leads directly to the heavenly palace. However, compared to the old sky that has collapsed after tens of thousands of years, this place was much more prosperous at this moment. Countless small boats came from all directions, and gods with various appearances standing on them. They all climbed up the sky along this jade ladder to pay homage to the supreme master of this era and enjoy the life that only the gods can enjoy. After coming here, Bai Churan also intuitively felt how bad Jianglan's popularity was. These gods, who were originally full of peaceful smiles, changed their faces when they saw Jianglan, and they evaded one after another, gave way to Jianglan and Bai Churan, and some even yelled while turning the bow of the ship directly, returning from the Milky Way to where they came from. Jianglan didn't care about this either. She took Bai Churan up from the jade ladder to the former heaven gate. The appearance of the heavenly palace in its heyday was completely different from the ruins Bai Churan had seen before. Behind the heaven gate, it was no longer a ruined wall, but a towering peak. The peak was flattened to build a prosperous city. Inside, people could faintly see that there are countless gods living here. And on the square outside the heaven gate, a god whose body was as huge as a mountain, with a human face and a tiger body, was lying here, guarding the heaven gate. According to what Wise Immortal said, this guy was Lu Wu, the god who once guarded heaven gate. Seeing Jianglan coming, the giant raised his head, muffled like thunder, and asked, "The goddess of plague, why are you here today? Your Majesty did not declare you to see him." Lu Wu. Jianglan stepped forward, looked up at it, and then said, "I brought a new god to His Majesty." She stepped aside and let Lu Wu see Bai Churan behind her. "Oh." After watching for a while, Lu Wu said in a dull voice, "It's true that our gods are infallible. Little guy, what supernatural power do you have?" Bai Churan lowered his head to think for a moment, then clutched his biceps and said, I think I have a lot of strength. Is it a supernatural power?" "Strength?" Lu Wu's voice sounded disappointed. "In other words, there is no other supernatural power, right? Nothing, just follow me, let me see how strong you really are." Bai Churan looked at Jianglan, and the little girl replied coldly, "Go." Lu Wu is not only in charge of the capital under the sky but also in charge of the 9 departments of the sky. He is responsible for granting positions for new gods on behalf of the Heavenly Emperor. For His Majesty, you should use the honorific title. Lu Wu got up from the ground with some helplessness. The tall body comparable to 99 tigers in the legend stepped on the ground, but silently. He turned around and walked up to a white jade staircase next to the sky. Bai Churan glared at Jiang Lan, then he followed Lu Wu's footsteps to a platform somewhere higher in the sky. There was a hollow in the center of this platform with a huge black rock in it. Lu Wu came to the platform and pointed to the huge rock. Go, try to lift that huge rock. Bai Churan looked at it and then walked to the edge of the giant rock. He stretched out his hand to test it, and the giant rock shook without feeling how heavy. Considering that the gods are at least 900 feet from the body, this kind of giant rock may be just a dumbbell for exercising their fingers. Therefore, after Bai Churan thought about it, he thought this should be done very easily. So he raised this huge rock with one hand. "Heh! You are quite strong." Lu Wu's voice became softer. This huge rock has supernatural power attached to it, and its weight is comparable to some particularly towering mountains on the ground. An ordinary god can't lift it up. I didn't expect you to do so relaxedly. Bai Churan was stunned for a moment and stood there holding a huge rock with one hand. He didn't know should he continue to hold it or not, feeling very embarrassed. However, Lu Wu ignored his feelings, but directly said, "Since you can move the mountain so easily, then you can try again. How far can you throw this huge rock?" "Here, there is the sky outside, just throw it away." Bai Churan glanced at the shining galaxy outside, a little hesitant. The stars outside are all gods, what if the rock hit them? The vastness of this galaxy is beyond your imagination. You look at these stars like small spots of light close at hand, but in fact, they are thousands of miles away from you. Lu Wu laughed and said, "Today, if you can throw it to another star, let alone take all responsibility, I will inform His Majesty directly and give you the position of a divine general. Remember what you just said." Bai Churan tossed the rock ball in his hand like a bowling ball. "I said it." Lu Wu nodded. Bai Churan raised the rock ball and threw it out with a bang. He didn't use the energy in the Purple Palace, but simply used the muscle power of his body, but even so, the huge rock still blasted in the air as soon as it shot it. The shock wave visible to the naked eye spread. Even in the sky, you can see the huge white ring appearing above the sky, and in the center of the white ring, a white trajectory traverses the sky straightly, interspersed into the distant bright galaxy. Immediately afterward, accompanied by the toothy collision, various star gods' curses came from the galaxy. "Oh fuck, what is it? My waist. My belt was knocked through. Which one of the meteors is this? Is there no break? I must go to His Majesty to complain. Three-legged crow, be careful. It is coming towards you." Listening to the chaotic voice coming from the galaxy, Lu Wu took a step back, then looked at Bai Churan with an overjoyed expression, and said, Yes, you really did it. The gods speak for themselves, so I'll go back and tell His Majesty the Emperor about you. Thank you, great god Lu Wu." Bai Churan arched his hands to Lu Wu. He thought about it just now, and felt that in this age dominated by the gods, seeking godhood in the heavenly court would also be good for him to collect the intelligence of the first heaven jealousy. As for the hostile relationship between the gods and the human race, he never said that he wouldn't betray. Lu Wu praised Bai Churan again. Before the words were finished, there was a large number of stars on the bright galaxy side, which suddenly deviated from the established trajectory, and flew towards this side. They gradually transformed in the process of flying. Become a lot of tall, and different-looking gods, surrounded this high platform. Which fucking bastard threw the stone? While shouting and cursing, they looked down at the platform, only to see Bai Churan and Lu Wu standing on the platform. Great god Lu Wu. The moment they saw Lu Wu, these star gods all flinched, and then they asked, "What are you doing here?" "And this one is. I'll introduce to you, this is a newly born god." Lu Wu stretched out his paws to push Bai Churan, and Bai Churan also took a few steps forward, arching his hands to the surrounding gods. "Hello everyone, my name is Bai Churan. His supernatural power is infinite strength." Lu Wu smiled and said, The stone just now was thrown out when I asked him to try his power. I am going to recommend him to be a divine general. You guys, is that okay? A group of gods looked at each other, then all nodded and said, "Great goodness." Then, as if they had forgotten their unpleasantness, they praised Bai Churan and Lu Wu. They praised Bai Churan's supernatural power and boundless future. They also praised Lu Wu's vision, and he was good at discovering talented ones for His Majesty the Emperor. Lu Wu was very proficient in shirking with them for a long time, and after receiving a few more social meetings, finally, let these gods go away. Then he turned to ask Bai Churan's name, and then said to Bai Churan, "Let's go, I will write the memorial, it will take a few days to wait for His Majesty to approve it. During this time, you will return to the ground first, and wait patiently." "Sorry." Lu Wu asked Bai Churan to go back first, while it stepped on the cloud and flew toward the higher-level heavenly palace, seemingly to deal with the follow-up affairs. Bai Churan followed its words and first returned to the square in front of the capital. Looking around, Bai Churan did not find Jiang Lan. Has she gone back already? Bai Churan's mood was a little bit depressed. The little girl was not relatives with him, so sending him here and introducing him to Lu Wu should be considered an extremely benevolent thing, but damn, I still can't fly now. Bai Churan sighed as he walked along the jade ladder towards the Milky Way below. Although he had passed through the pressure of heaven and had a little true qi, the quantity was too little for him to fly, and the quality was too high for a normal flying sword. He couldn't find a sword that could bear his true qi, so Bai Churan's current shortcoming could not be made up. Can I just jump down? Standing on the edge of the Milky Way, Bai Churan stretched out his feet to tiptoe. Will it fall to the ground? What are you doing? A cold voice suddenly rang behind him. I'm thinking about how to reduce the impact when landing. Huh? Bai Churan turned his head and saw Jiang Lan standing behind him, and said in a daze. Did you not leave? I thought you went back by yourself. I'm leaving, what are you going to do? Don't you know how to fly? Jiang Lan asked coldly. What do you want? Can't you jump from here? The star energy in the galaxy, even the high-ranking gods can't bear it. Do you want to become a bloody mess? Bai Churan coughed twice and didn't tell her that he had jumped in several times after tens of thousands of years from now on. Come on, I'll take you back. Jiang Lan pulled Bai Churan's arm over, and then the clouds formed, bring them to fly out of the Milky Way, slowly landing towards the ground. The two fell into the courtyard of Jiang Lan's cabin, and then Jiang Lan asked, "What did Lu Wu tell you?" Bai Churan repeated what Lu Wu said to him before he left, and then Jiang Lan nodded and said, "He is right. Since you have such power, it is natural to be noticed by the Emperor. But there are still a few days before this godhood is approved. Where do you want to stay? I do not know either." Bai Churan touched his head. His main goal at the moment was to find the legendary First Heaven Jealousy and ask this senior about the method of building a foundation, but he didn't know where to start because of the vastness of the world. The First Heaven Jealousy must be a human, but the group next to Jiang Lan's house was probably not the only human living on this land. So Bai Churan was going to wait first. When the godhood came down, he made several great contributions to the heavenly court, and then tried to use the intelligence network of the heavenly gods to help him find the First Heaven Jealousy. This was the most efficient method for now. Then these days, you can stay here. Although you are a god, your appearance is like a human. The alien beasts outside are not capable of distinguishing your race, and you don't need to stay outside and deal with the alien beasts. Jiang Lan said coldly. But don't expect me to support you in vain. Those who don't work can't eat. If you want to live here, you have to work for me. Okay. Bai Churan nodded. Helping with some work was nothing for him. To stay here, at least there was a hammock, so he did not need to lie in the wilderness to sleep. Second, this place was close to the human settlements, and it was also convenient for him to observe the humans of this era and get in touch with them. Then you go find today's lunch and dinner. You don't know what kind of fruit you can eat, so let's hunt today. Jiang Lan walked into the hut, then took out a wooden bow and a quiver of animal skins sewn with a few arrows. Around here, most of the furry beasts are edible. The arrowhead has my venom on it. As long as it is shot, It can paralyze the prey. Don't get it on your own, it will be troublesome to detoxify. I'm too lazy to bring you back myself. Got it. Bai Churan took the wooden bow and quiver, slung it on his body, and nodded. Seeing Jiang Lan walk into the house and put a bamboo basket on his back, he curiously said, "Why are you going?" Jiang Lan looked up at him and replied coldly, "Go to work." Hunting was not difficult for Bai Churan. He walked out of the yard side by side with Jiang Lan and parted ways on a small road halfway up the mountain. He scanned with his soul awareness, and found a few plump beasts that looked like goats nearby, and used Jiang Lan's arrows to paralyze them. By the way, Bai Churan felt that the wooden bow given by Jiang Lan was too fragile, so he ran to the beasts and directly stabbed the arrow into their torso. He found some vines nearby and tied these beasts together, and then Bai Churan began to fish. "Hey, wise immortal, what do you think the work of the gods is like?" Holding an unknown blade of grass in his mouth, Bai Churan looked for a good-looking piece of grass everywhere, and lay on it and asked. "You have to look at their godhood. With different godhood, the content of work is naturally different." Wise immortal replied. "According to what Lu Wu said, it is estimated that the godhood given to you is to guard one side for the Emperor of Heaven. Anyway, it means that in peaceful days you had nothing to do but fishing all day, but when the war comes you must go to the battlefield. As for that girl Jiang Lan, she is a goddess of plague. I guess her work is to manage the plagues and toxins in the world. Then the reason she is close to the human race, in fact, to facilitate the release of the plague?" Bai Churan asked. "How the hell do I know that? If you care so much, why don't you go and have a look yourself?" Wise immortal replied Bai Churan, and then stopped talking. However, his words reminded Bai Churan that in the future, he would also go to the human race to find clues about the first heaven jealousy. He took a few wild beasts back to Jiang Lan's hut, tied them to a wooden stake in the yard with vines, and then walked directly onto the path behind Jiang Lan's yard, jumped off the cliff, and walking to the nearby human settlement. He belonged to the human race, so after using the extremely fast speed to get out of the few warriors guarded by spears at the door, Bai Churan pretended to be one of them casually, wandering in the settlements where the human race lived. The human race of this era was very difficult to survive, so along the way, all humans Bai Churan has seen, except for the children who are not as high as his knees, were all working. Regardless of men, women, young or old, strong people go hunting and guarding. Those who are weaker go to the settlement to plant and gather. Some people hold nets and go to catch fish in the river next to them. In short, everyone is doing their own thing. Only Bai Churan was an idler, wandering idly in the settlement in broad daylight. Moreover, the scale of this settlement was not that large, at most 1,000 people. Bai Churan didn't know what kind of human settlements of this size are in this era, but in his era, this kind of settlement was not comparable to a large village in some wealthy countries. Everyone should have seen faces in this kind of small place. Fortunately, the people in the settlement were currently busy with their own affairs, so they didn't notice him, an idler whom no one has seen before. After some observations, Bai Churan discovered that all humans in this era seemed to be cultivators in the qi refining stage. Because of their spiritual energy, they were born very strong. Only a few sick and weak ones did not cross the threshold of the qi refining stage. However, because the immortal ancestor has not yet appeared and taught the humans the method of cultivation, there is only the qi refining stage in this settlement. Even the strongest fighters are just the strength of the peak of the qi refining stage, and those outside at every turn. Compared with the alien beasts that are equivalent to the distraction and combination, human beings are indeed at the lower level of the food chain. However, walking in this kind of settlement where everyone was in the qi refining stage gave Bai Churan a sense of belonging. "Ah, this is a great unity society." He sighed and walked around the settlement, but he didn't find Jiang Lan's whereabouts here, so he left the settlement and walked forward along the river next to the settlement for a while. At this moment, he suddenly saw an idler who was as innocent as himself. It was a young human, sitting next to a puddle where the river flows, with a fishing net next to him, and it seemed that he should be a fisher. However, at this time, he was in a state of fishing, looking at the water, motionless. Bai Churan thought for a while, and then walked towards him. "Hey, young man." Baichuran came behind the young man and asked him, "What are you doing here?" "What?" Hearing Baichuran's voice, the young man was taken aback. He jumped up from the rock, stepped on the water pool, and then turned back into a defensive posture. "Who are you? Do not be nervous." Baichuran waved his hand gently. "I am a human." "So, you're also a human." The young man breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Baichuran's appearance. He quickly climbed up from the pool with his hands and feet, and checked whether there was any strange creature on his feet. Then, he asked Baichuran, "I haven't seen your face. You are not from the settlement. Where do you come from?" Baichuran didn't know where there was a human in this world, so he could only answer casually. "I came from outside, and now I live on a nearby mountain." "Alas, don't talk about this. I think you should have come to fish. Why are you looking at the water pool in a daze? What are you thinking about?" Ha ha ha. When Baichuran mentioned fishing, the young man was a little embarrassed. He touched the back of his head and replied, "Actually, I was just thinking whether our human race can become stronger." "Okay." Baichuran was taken aback for a moment, and then asked with interest, "Interesting idea, can you tell me the details?" "Once, there was a god who must not be named who taught us human race how to use the energy in our body. This kind of thing is called chi. Now, the human race relies on this energy and the protection of the gods to reluctantly survive in this dangerous world." This young man stretched out his hand, and a faint white light appeared on his palm. It turned out to be a human race at the peak of the chi refining period. But after this energy has grown to a certain stage, it stopped developing completely. There is no room for it in our bodies. I was thinking, if we can make this energy stronger, then we can also become stronger. Maybe one day, we can also rely on our own hands to hunt those terrifying monsters as high as a mountain in the wilderness. I think your idea is very good. Baichuran praised. Hey, I just thought about it. I don't have a clue as to how to do it. The young man smiled embarrassedly and then grabbed the fishing net next to him. I haven't caught any fish today. I have to hurry up. Brother, if possible, go home soon. Although there are gods around here, the beasts will still attack us at night. I'm not in a hurry. I'll help you catch the fish. Baichuran snatched the young man's fishing net, and then said, "Let's continue the topic you just mentioned. I know how to make the chi in the body stronger." While talking, he threw the fishing net into the pool, and then pulled it casually. The net was full of plump white fish. The young man caught the fishes thrown by Baichuran, and then said in surprise, "What? Brother, you actually know? Then, can you?" "Of course I can." Baichuran smiled slightly and said, "The way to become stronger is..." He just wanted to pick a suitable one from countless strange foundation-building secrets in his mind, but at this moment, the sense of rejection once again came, and he was once again banished from the world by heaven. "I don't think you can do that," wise immortal said. "Heaven does not allow history to be changed. If you tell him directly, then the immortal emperor and the immortal ancestor won't appear." This repulsion came and went quickly, and after a few seconds, Baichuran returned to the world. "That bitch is hypocritical." He curled his mouth. "Brother, why didn't you say anything suddenly?" The young man on the opposite side looked forward to it, but suddenly saw Baichuran in a daze, and then began to curse. He thought for a while and asked carefully, "Did I provoke you? I'm not scolding you." Baichuran patted him on the shoulder and said, "Come on, look at that puddle." The young man was an honest person. Baichuran let him watch, so he stared at the water pool. Baichuran's other hand moved slightly, making the hand seal of freezing, condensing the water vapor in the air, and forming a hazy mist on the surface of the pool. "Oh, it's foggy on the water, brother," the young man exclaimed. "How is it? Does the mist on the water look like the chi in the human body?" The young man nodded, and Baichuran continued. "Look again, watch carefully." He increased the output of the hand seal of freezing, and the water vapor floating on the surface of the water pool suddenly condensed into water droplets and dripped into the water pool. The young man's eyes widened, and after a few seconds, he was suddenly overjoyed. "Big brother, I understand." At this time, Baichuran, who was standing by, suddenly felt that the chi in this young man's body instantly condensed and turned into a thick true chi flowing in his limbs. Bai Churan's face instantly became like someone who just swallowed a pound of shit. Heh! This young man turned out to be the spiritual immortal physique. Wise Immortal exclaimed in a low voice. Unexpectedly, I was able to witness all three legendary physiques of Cultivator, Heavenly Demon, Spiritual Immortal and Heavenly Jealousy. Old Bai, it was really a correct decision to follow you at the beginning. The speed of this boy's foundation building was very fast, and because of the special physique and the abundant aura of this era, his foundation building was quite perfect. After successfully building the foundation, the boy tried to transport the true chi in his body and expelled a palm toward a giant tree next to him. With a snapping sound, a hollow in the shape of a palm print appeared on the giant tree, and young people could even see the back of the giant tree through this hollow. Brother! No, I should call you a wise man. The young man shouted in surprise. I made it. Yes, you succeeded. Bai Churan smiled very kindly. He patted the young man on the shoulder, but a dark thought emerged uncontrollably in his heart. His neck is very fragile, I just need a little bit of force, and he will be gone. Shaking his head vigorously, Bai Churan felt that maybe he had been with demonic cultivators like Su Shangxue and Li Jinyao for a long time, and therefore having thoughts that only a demonic cultivator could have. Concentrated, he looked at the young man, and the young man also carried the fishing net full of big white fish and smiled at him. Wiseman, I'm going to tell every tribe in the settlement this hopeful news. Just do what you want. Bai Churan waved his hand. Also, don't call me Wiseman, I'm not used to it. Then why should I call you this? Bai Churan hesitated for a moment. If you don't dislike it, you can call me Master. Master. The young man immediately kneeled. Okay. Bai Churan nodded and asked. Then, you are now my registered disciple. Anyway, do you have a name? I don't have a name. I should have had it, but my parents died, and the gods took my name away. The young man chuckled. What happened? Bai Churan asked. Tell me the details. The young man told him about it, and Bai Churan learned that the young man's parents were dead in the hands of the gods. As for the reason, it was also very simple. The gods protected the human race, but they also formulated detailed rules for the human race. Because of accidents, his parents failed to give the offering the gods wanted on time, so the gods took their lives. They also took away the young man's name. But everyone in the settlement treats me very well. The young man laughed. Although there is no name, I am the only person in the village who has no name. When someone says, hey, I can understand that it is calling me. Bai Churan was silent for a while. Although the young man was very optimistic, Bai Churan estimated that judging from the custom of worshipping the gods of this era, the human race in the settlement couldn't treat the son of the people who violated the rules well. It was just that in this era, one more labor was an extra guarantee for survival, so the young man was accepted by the people in the settlement instead of being driven out of the settlement directly and letting him fend for himself. Although you're just my registered disciple, it can't be without a name. After thinking about it, Bai Churan said, why don't I make one for you? Oh. A hesitant look appeared on the young man's face. Bai Churan could see that he still wanted a name in his heart, but he said, however, no matter what name you choose, you must report it to the gods through the wizards in the settlement, and the gods must agree. It's okay, I'll make one for you first. Bai Churan waved his hand. This name is for the time being when I call you. After a while, when I say it will be fine, you can tell the wizard and let him pass this name for you. Okay then. The young man also asked expectantly, Master, what kind of name are you going to give me? Well, I think about it. According to what he heard, because of the sparse population, most people's names in this era contained a single character, and there were no surnames to speak of. Bai Churan's eyes flickered around, thinking about the name he was about to give to the young man. Mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas were not suitable. World seemed to be too stupid. While thinking about it, Bai Churan's eyes dazzled the human settlements, and suddenly saw a group of humans being led by a wizard, offering a plump yak-like livestock as a sacrifice to the gods. They knelt on the ground and kept worshipping, muttering something in their mouths. Bai Churan raised his eyebrows and suddenly turned his head and said to the young man, "Yes, you will call it Li from now on." "Li?" the young man asked with some surprise. "Master, what does Li mean?" "Li means standing." Bai Churan stretched out his hand and wrote a standing character on the ground. "As for why I gave you this name, I will tell you when the time comes." "Yes." The young man was overjoyed. "I have a name. I will call you Li from now on." Bai Churan smiled and said, "Let's go, I will send you back to the settlement first." Now, the young man who should be called Li nodded, picked up the fishing net full of white fish, and walked towards the settlement with Bai Churan. The guards at the gate of the settlement obviously knew Li, so even if they saw Bai Churan who was following him with a face, they didn't stop him. The whole settlement was surrounded by a circle made of sharp logs to defend against wild beasts, and Li's home lived on the edge of the settlement closest to the wooden wall, which was one of the most dangerous places in the whole settlement. "I have to keep my spear at hand at night." Li smiled as he walked. "Otherwise, beasts may come in when you fall asleep, but because of a blessing in disguise, I can occasionally get more hunting gains than others." "Then, you have a pretty good time," Bai Churan said casually. As he was walking, he suddenly saw a group of people on the side of the clearing. There was a wizard in the middle of the crowd, holding a crooked bone staff made of animal bones and wood, and chanting. "What is that?" Bai Churan stopped and asked curiously. "That?" Li stopped and explained. "That's the wizard in the settlement that did the ritual to drive the goddess of plague away. People in the settlement are sick, which means the goddess of plague is at work. If the goddess of plague is driven out in this way, the sickness of the people in the settlement will be healed. Isn't the goddess of plague also a god?" Bai Churan thought that when he had just met Jiang Lan, her unceremonious tone towards the celestial god, it was obvious that she was much stronger than that god. "Dare you drive her away? Are you not afraid that she will come back to avenge you?" "I don't know this either." Li was a little ignorant. "But the rules are all set by the gods. Maybe the goddess of plague can be driven away by us. Otherwise, there will be other gods to subdue her, right?" Bai Churan recalled for a moment that he followed Jiang Lan to the sky and saw the other gods avoided her. He said to his heart that this was nonsense. "Let's go and take a look," Bai Churan proposed. "Okay, you can wait a while." Li walked to his hut and opened a large urn that was more than 1 meter high next to the house. The urn was filled with water. He poured all the white fish in the fishing net into the urn and skillfully hung the fishing net to dry. Then he said, "Let's go, master, I will take you over and have a look." He chose a highland in the settlement, where they could clearly see the situation in the center of the crowd. Bai Churan was brought here by him and looked towards the center of the crowd and saw a few sick people in the crowd. Lying on the ground covered with animal skins, and among them, a wizard was jumping around, chanting words that Bai Churan could not understand. After watching the old for a long time, Bai Churan couldn't help asking, "Is his mouth never dry?" "Master, the wizard relies on this to eat." Li smiled bitterly. He must have been used to it long ago. After watching for a while, Bai Churan suddenly saw the change. At the edge of the settlement, a miasma suddenly gathered and turned into a cloud full of poisonous mist. Before long, Jiang Lan walked out of the clouds with a cold face, and walked towards the sick people in the crowd. Seeing her coming, the crowd stepped aside in horror, while the wizard danced weird dance steps to go to Jiang Lan, screaming, and waving the long stick made of bone in his hand behind her, like driving something away. "Mentally retarded," Bai Churan couldn't help saying. Of course, Jiang Lan didn't pay attention to the mentor Ri, the wizard. She came to a few sick patients on her own, and then stretched out her hand to them. Several centipede-like poisonous insects came out of her sleeves, bit the arms of the patients, and began to suck blood. "This is sucking the plague," Li explained in a low voice. "The goddess of plague is about to take away her dependents." Several poisonous insects were desperately sucking blood, looking terrible, but on the contrary, as the poisonous insects sucked, the ailing people's complexion improved a lot. "Hey, wise immortal." Bai Churan took a closer look, and said while he was not paying attention, "If I read it right." "Well, you did." I'm afraid that is the rudimentary form of Gu technique. Wise Immortal replied in a low voice. The girl is using poisonous insects to treat other people's illnesses. Feudal superstition kills people. Bai Churan said leisurely. After sucking blood for a while, Jianglan took back the poisonous insect from his hand, and the complexions of several patients looked much better. The human races in the crowd showed joy, but no one expressed gratitude to Jianglan. She didn't say anything, turned around and walked in the direction where she had come. The crazy wizard followed behind her again, chanting a spell while waving a bone stick. This is too mentally retarded. Seeing the wizard's actions, Bai Churan felt very melancholy. I can't bear it. It is estimated that Jianglan also felt that the wizard was mentally retarded, so when she walked back, she quickly sped up her pace, escaped into the mist of miasma, and disappeared. That's it. Li said. The goddess of plague has been driven away, and everyone's illness has been cured. Bai Churan thought for a while, and decided to tell Li about the problem, so he asked. Li, I ask you, do you really think that someone is sick? Does it have anything to do with that goddess of plague? I do not know. Li answered honestly. Each god performs their own duties. It stands to reason that the goddess of plague is indeed the evil god who is in charge of the plague and makes people sick, but I think that if the goddess of plague is really a terrible god like the rumors, it is unreasonable for our wizard to still live so healthy. After all, when he presided over the ceremony, even I wanted to beat him a little bit. You have a root of wisdom, kid. Bai Churan opened his mouth, and once again felt the sense of rejection from heaven, so he said, next time I have a chance, I will tell you about medicine and Gu techniques. Come here today. You go home early, and I will go home to rest. Master you. Before he finished speaking, a gust of wind suddenly blew on the ground, making him unable to open his eyes. When the wind stopped and he opened his eyes again, there was no sign of Bai Churan in the surroundings, except a deep straw shoe print on the ground. Where have you been? As soon as he returned to the hut, Bai Churan heard Jianglan ask coldly. Go out and wander around. Bai Churan replied. Didn't I tie the prey there? Don't be arrogant just because you are a god. The outside world is not safe even if you are a god. You are not the Eastern Emperor Tai. There will always be someone in this world who can beat you. Jianglan said coldly. Come here and help me deal with these ram's horn beasts. Oh. Bai Churan responded and followed Jianglan. The little girl took these few things called ram's horn beasts to the river, lifted some of the river water with divine power to wash them, and then took a long knife and swiftly cut its neck with a swipe. The blood ran out, and the ram's horn beast quickly lost strength. Then Jianglan raised the knife again and began to peel and cut the meat. Her hands were very swift, but the knife in her hand looked very blunt, which made her movements look a bit difficult. Bai Churan looked at the side for a while, and then said, Let me do it. He asked Jianglan to step aside, but instead of taking the knife, he released a sword beam from his palm and easily smashed the whole beast into several regular portions. What? Seeing his sword beam, Jianglan asked slightly with interest. Is this your supernatural power? No, this is called a sword beam. Bai Churan swiftly caught the second ram's horn beast and replied. After cultivation, everyone can master it. Do I have to kill this one too? Kill them all. I will use them to make jerky. Jianglan answered, then asked. This kind of power is something that everyone can learn? Yes, if you are interested, I can also teach you. Bai Churan replied. Besides, I have done research on the poisons you manipulated, so we can talk about it and make progress together if it's okay. Bai Churan handled the pile of things very quickly, and then threw the water into the wild under Jianglan's guidance, carried the essence and some useful bones, and returned to the hut. People in this era only ate 2 meals a day. After eating a meal equivalent to dinner, Bai Churan assists Jianglan in processing the remaining flesh and bones, and then Jianglan hesitated to ask. You told me that you can teach me a trick before. She seemed to want to learn, but she was a little bit ashamed to speak out. Bai Churan couldn't help but smile. If you want to learn, I will teach you. He was not afraid that Jianglan would use this technique to do evil. First, from what he had just observed in the human race, Jianglan was not a vicious deity, and lastly, it was not like learning the sword beam could make you invincible. The sword beam could increase the attack ability of the human race at the same level a little, and not every human race is the same as Bai Churan. In fact, the sword beam was essentially an application of energy. In theory, any creature could learn it. As a god, Jianglan had a very strong understanding, and she was born with strong divine power in her body, so it didn't take long. Before it got dark, under the guidance of Bai Churan, she successfully cultivated her first sword beam. Seeing the sword light lingering at the fingertips, the little girl's face showed a hint of joy, but the joy quickly dissipated again and returned to her cold look. "Thank you for teaching me this," Jianglan said. "In return, I will give you this thing." She walked into the hut, searched for it for a long time, then walked out with a black and socky whip and stuffed it into Bai Churan's hand. "This is a relic left by my grandfather. He was also a god," Jianglan explained. "Holding it, you can be immune to most of the toxins in this world. My grandpa had this thing in the first place before he obtained the godhood related to medicine." "The godhood of medicine, thank you." Bai Churan wanted to say that in fact, toxins shouldn't cause much damage to him, but this is after all people's intentions. He took the whip and asked, "But why, since medicine has been invented in this world, the human race in that settlement still has to use the dance ritual to cure the disease?" After hearing the words, Jianglan gave a slight pause and asked, "Did you see it?" Although her tone did not change, Bai Churan could hear her being a little bit embarrassed. Indeed, if he was in her shoes, coming and going when a mentally retarded sang and danced behind him, he would also feel ashamed to speak out. Bai Churan nodded. Jianglan thought for a while, and then said, "There is no medicine. Of course, it is because the godhood of medicine has been wiped out by the Emperor of Heaven. There is nothing to say." Speaking of this topic, Jianglan seemed a little unwilling to continue. After closing the topic hastily, the little girl drove Bai Churan out and went into the house to rest by herself. Days passed quickly. After Bai Churan had collected food for Jianglan in the daytime, he would go to the nearby human settlement to see if Li was still alive. At night, he made wise immortal teach him the spells about space. At any rate, he finally had the true chi, so he wanted to try difficult things. Moreover, according to wise immortal, space spells were the prerequisite skills of time spells. To decipher the time runes in the God rune model, Bai Churan must first become proficient in space spells. After a few days, relying on his own talents, it could be regarded as a fruitful harvest. At least Bai Churan currently had no problem opening up a simple small space on the object. A few days later, outside Jianglan's yard, two uninvited guests suddenly arrived. The people who came were two gods, but they did not come in. Instead, they wandered outside the miasma ring near Jianglan's house. It seemed that they also knew the power of the poisonous fog made by the righteous god of plague and poison. When they came, Jianglan had already gone to work. Sensing their breath, Bai Churan walked out of the miasma range, and saw two blue-faced gods standing in the woods with a height of tens of meters. "Excuse me, is the high god Bai Churan here?" Seeing Bai Churan coming out, the two gods bowed very politely. "I am Bai Churan, yes." Bai Churan nodded. The two gods looked at each other, and then one of the gods took out a huge golden scroll from his waist and drew it apart and read. The high god Bai Churan, listen to His Majesty's order. Bai Churan lowered his head slightly. Maybe it was thinking that Bai Churan was a newborn god, and didn't understand all the rules, so the two gods didn't say anything, they just started to read. The new god Bai Churan is infinitely powerful and brave. He is specially appointed as the mighty marshal of the Eastern Army. From now he is in charge of the Eastern land, guarding the tranquility of the mortal realm. Bai Churan took the order. Bai Churan raised his hands high and took over the huge golden scrolls that the two gods had put down. It was estimated that it was also a deliberate temptation. The golden scrolls handed over by the two gods did not shrink but kept their original size and weight. When they were placed in Bai Churan's hand, the surrounding tree trunks shook lightly. But when they saw Bai Churan taking over the scroll as usual, and letting it shrink and hold it around his waist, they really showed a respectful look. "The high god, please come with us." One of the gods looked at the house surrounded by miasma and whispered, "It's not auspicious here. After going back, His Majesty has prepared a place for you." Bai Churan just wanted to ask Jianglan what was going on, when suddenly she saw the little girl appearing on the road ahead. The two tall gods also saw her, but at this time, the two giants seemed to have encountered something terrible and avoided it very badly. One of the gods whispered to Bai Churan, "The High God, please excuse us for a while. We will come to you again later." "Well, go go go." Bai Churan nodded. The two gods flew into the sky as if they had fled from something dangerous. Jianglan also saw this when she came over and asked, "Are you leaving?" "Yeah." "What godhood has the Emperor of Heaven bestowed upon you?" "Something like Mighty Marshal of Eastern Army," Bai Churan replied. "It seems that he let me manage the Eastern land. It's quite good. You are equivalent to one of the 5 great emperors on the earth, and the Eastern land was the richest of them all. Although your position is still lower than the 5 great emperors, but it is enough to see that the emperor places high hopes on you." Jianglan nodded and said lightly, "Go ahead." "Goodbye." "Okay." Bai Churan also gave her a hand. "In the past few days, I would like to thank Miss Jiang for taking care of me. I don't say thank you very much. If you need any help in the future, you can come to me. Bai Churan will definitely help you." Jianglan didn't reply, silently walked past Bai Churan, then waved her hand with her back to him as the response. After parting ways with Jianglan, he had been going around outside. Not long after, the two gods came up. Perhaps it was because Lu Wu had informed them in advance, they consciously took Bai Churan into the clouds and flew to the destination. During the flight, Bai Churan asked, "Can I ask you a little question?" "The High God, please do not hesitate to ask." The two gods bowed their heads and said, "We will tell everything we know." Bai Churan smiled, knowing that their everything was definitely a polite remark. But to him who knew nothing, any information was a gain, so he asked, "Speaking of which, about the human race." "Human race? Ah, does High God care because they look similar to you?" One of the gods laughed and said, "They are indeed the best-looking race on this land. Speaking of which, apart from His Majesty the Emperor, you are the second deity we have seen that looks like a human. But you have to remember that we and they are 2 different races. You are born noble. For them, you can treat them as subjects, livestock, or even objects, but you must not sympathize with them and stand with them. You are a god, they are humans. Gods and humans are different. The problem was that I am actually a human being." Bai Churan slandered a few words and then asked, "So, how many human settlements are there on this land like the one next to me?" "It's not a lot. The human race is not a strong race in the first place. Thanks to us seeing that they are beautifully born and taking care of them, they barely survive. They surrendered to our feet in order to save their lives." One of the blue-faced gods replied, "At present, there are about a dozen settlements in the human race, most of which are distributed in the vicinity. In other places, the human race cannot survive." "I understand." Bai Churan nodded and then asked, "So, what about girl Jianglan? She has been taking care of me these days. I don't think she is a god with a bad personality. Why do you reject her so much?" The two gods looked at each other, and then the other god lowered his voice and said, "Because she is the goddess of plague, which is an unlucky charm." Bai Churan raised his eyebrows. "Aren't you saying that you know everything? Why do you perfuse me? Do you think I'm stupid?" "No, this little god dare not, dare not." The two gods hurriedly waved their hands. "Then tell me the truth." Bai Churan nodded and said, "Don't worry, my mouth is tightly shut and I won't go around talking nonsense." The two gods exchanged their eyes, hesitated for a long time, and finally confided the truth under Bai Churan's gaze. "Because she is the remnant of the previous dynasty." "The remnants of the previous dynasty?" Bai Churan asked in confusion. "Yup." The two gods looked up and down, left and right, as if they were afraid of ears on the wall. After struggling for a long time, they seemed to have given up again, whispering to each other quietly, and then said to Bai Churan, "The High God, please don't go out and talk what I told you today. Under His Majesty the Emperor, there are two gods named Tian Ting, heavenly ear, and Di Shur, earthly eye, who can watch the world from time to time. I understand. Bai Churan nodded. So one of the two gods began to explain in a low voice. His Majesty the Emperor is not born to be the Emperor of gods. Before him, there were other heavenly emperors. Starting from the first one, Chaos Great Emperor, we can't remember how many heavenly emperors have been in power until now. The grandfather of the goddess of plague is one of them. So that's the case. She was not liquidated, it is also the kindness of the emperor. Bai Churan nodded. On the one hand, of course, His Majesty the Emperor is kind. The god arched his hands to the sky, and said. But on the other hand, there is another reason. The goddess of plague inherited her mother's godhood, ruling over Kangxi. If she chooses to resist, I am afraid that the Kangxi will be upset, so His Majesty spared her life. But if we say that the most wise and martial emperor of the past dynasties, it is naturally the emperor of this generation, the Eastern Emperor Tai. Another god also made up a flattery in time. He is not only the strongest among the heavenly emperors, but also the most perfect one. You can say that His Majesty is the incarnation of the heaven that created this world. What do you mean? Bai Churan said curiously. You will gradually understand. The two gods laughed but did not answer. After a flight, the two gods took Bai Churan to a high mountain peak. On this mountain peak, a palace has been built. The aura was lush, the forest was beautiful, there were several waterfalls and rainbows in the mountains, and the white birds were flying and playing in the lakes on the mountainside. Compared with the settlements of human races, this place was simply a paradise. This is the shrine on the ground that His Majesty the Emperor God bestowed on you. The two gods introduced. Everything here is your property, and we are also your subordinates. If the High God has any instructions, just mention it. Bai Churan nodded. If there is no order, then we both return first. The two gods said. They left here and returned to the sky. This palace was only built for Bai Churan. Unless they were invited by him, they were not qualified to stay here. When they left a coat of arms to Bai Churan, saying that with this thing, he could order the heavenly god army that belonged to the eastern land, and could also order the two brothers. After sending away the two gods, Bai Churan walked into the palace. There were some maids in the palace. In order to take care of Bai Churan's aesthetics, they had some human appearance features more or less, but they were aliens after all. There are other places on their body that are quite different from the human race. Rejecting the requests of several maids to serve him in the bath and bed, Bai Churan took a bath by himself, and finally, put on a slightly decent dress. Then he returned to his bedroom and first checked the palace with his soul awareness, nullifying the monitoring measures. After thinking about what the two gods said, he let out his true qi and made a barrier to block Tian Ting and Di Shur, and then he took Wise Immortal from his back and placed it in front of him. What do you think of this heavenly emperor? Bai Churan asked. I guess. According to those two gods, I'm afraid Eastern Emperor Tai has made some shameful deal with heaven. Wise Immortal replied. But you have to see everything to know, now it's just speculation. What? What do you want to do? I wonder if I can help the human race of this era avoid some detours. Bai Churan said. Although the immortal ancestor will appear and create cultivation methods that belong to humans, but other skills such as spells and techniques can't be achieved overnight. If I can find a way to leave some of them in this era, will it reduce the sacrifice of the human race? Then what are you going to do? Wise Immortal asked back. You have also seen that heaven does not allow you to directly teach these things to the human race. I'll teach it indirectly. Bai Churan replied. You have also seen Li's talent. I have intentionally or unintentionally raised a point, he can always realize something. Then what about your quest to look for the first heaven jealousy? Wise Immortal asked. That's not in a hurry. The Emperor sent me here, he will definitely give me a test. Bai Churan replied. As long as I complete the work well, the Heavenly Court's intelligence network will allow me to come in and out. Let's not talk about this. At present, I can learn more, and my actions will be more secure. Hurry up and teach me the next space spells. After staying in this shrine temporarily for a month, Bai Churan, who was indulging in space spell learning, finally received the first task given him by the Emperor. As he expected, as soon as he came up, the Emperor of Heaven asked him to lead troops to suppress the rebellion in several capitals in the Eastern land. This month, Baichuran also learned about the basic topography and some basic common sense of the world through his studies. The first was geography. The center of the world was this land, which was larger than the total area of 9 provinces and 10 lands combined with the wilderness. The heavenly court divided the land into 4 parts: south, east, north, and west according to 2 geographical features. With the Milky Way across the sky as the boundary, the earth was divided into east and west. With the farthest ice mountain in the north and the farthest valley in the south as the boundary, the world was divided into north and south. And outside the earth, it is surrounded by the sea. In the eastern sea, there was the sacred tree Fusang, the current residence of the 3-legged brothers of the sun god, and in the periphery of the sea, it is unfathomable, even the gods don't know. In addition to the sacred tree Fusang, there are many other special places on the earth that are not under the jurisdiction of the patron saints of the quartet, such as Buzhou Mountain, Tongtian Jianmu, Tiandi Garden, Kunlun Xiaju, etc., but Buzhou Mountain has been a long time ago. The god of sin was destroyed, there was only a ruin left, and the god of sin was killed. The god of sin used to control the flood, and the god of the heavens currently in charge of the water veins is Shui Bo, which also proved one thing to Baichuran. The gods can be killed, and after the gods die, the rules he represents would not be destroyed. So even if before death, the gods used his own godhood to disrupt the rules, then after the death of this god, other gods could also use their power to suppress the turmoil. Others, there are the heavenly gods who are in charge of the movement of the stars, and the heavenly gods who are in charge of the sky in all directions, but these gods were so complicated that Baichuran hasn't had time to write them down. What he managed was the land of the East. This land was filled with kingdoms and tribes established by various races, and most of the settlements of human races are concentrated on the land of the East. In nominal terms, these races are all surrendered to the feet of the emperor, but because the gods really don't treat them as people, from time to time, these countries and tribes would have no one born as ruler kind of thoughts. Some of them are strange beasts with supernatural powers, and they are not inferior to ordinary gods in fighting. The other races of this era are quite strong, not as weak as the human race. This time it was the 2 brothers who came to send the order this time. After receiving the decree from the emperor, Baichuran asked, "Which countries are the rebellion?" The 2 gods replied respectfully, "It's the Giant Kingdom, Rainbow Kingdom, and Shibaisha Kingdom, but this time, it seems that a god is leading them." Heavenly court's positions were limited, thus there were many gods staying on the ground to supervise a certain place for the heavenly court. Therefore, rebels led by a god on earth were uncommon but they were not rare. Jianglan was not the only one who loved the human race. Other gods occasionally had feelings for races similar to them. Which god was rebelling this time? Baichuran asked. It's Shi Baishu, the god of Shi Baisha Kingdom. One of the gods replied. His Majesty sent him to supervise the Shi Baisha Kingdom, but he later thought that he was a member of the Shi Baisha Kingdom. How strong is Shi Baisha? Not as good as the 9th ministerial god of heaven. Understood. Baichuran nodded. Then let's go. There was not much nonsense, and Baichuran took the people directly, letting them surround the several countries that had caused the rebellion this time. Although the area of the country in this era was vast, most of it was wilderness, as long as it surrounded human settlements, and it did not require much manpower. After the siege was completed, Baichuran gave orders to his soldiers. Let's stay around like this for now, and wait for my order before acting. Yes, sir. The gods bowed their heads to answer, but then someone raised objections. This little god doesn't understand, why don't we just attack? The people of the Giant Kingdom, Rainbow Kingdom, and Shibaisha Kingdom are nothing more than insects to us. Although it is a worm, you will still be bitten if you are not careful. Can you guarantee that after the fight, there will be no casualties? What's more, there is a strong god on the opposite side. Baichuran put on a distressed look of "I'm doing all this for your own good" and replied, "Once a war begins, a lot of soldiers will surely be killed, but if I can persuade Shi Baishu to once again surrender to the emperor, isn't that better? Even if he is stubborn, I can change the plan to kill the head of the enemy first and leave the 3 kingdoms to serve the emperor again. Wouldn't it be beautiful? The gods thought about it, and felt that what Baichuran said was very reasonable, but there seemed to be something wrong. However, as Baichuran was the leader, with such a sincere speech, they were too embarrassed to disobey Baichuran, so they said one after another, "Marshal is kind. Just do what you want." The 3 countries used a mountain in the Shi Baisha kingdom as a stronghold, and most of the tribesmen and fighters gathered here. After Baichuran ordered his subordinates to keep the siege, he entered the deep mountains of the Shi Baisha kingdom alone and came to the stronghold. Seeing Baichuran coming by himself, the soldiers at the base panicked. Although Baichuran's height seemed much shorter than theirs, these people understood that the strength of the gods could not be judged simply by their size. 1,000 feet tall god might be a giant that was scaled up. A god with short stature might be able to manipulate natural celestial phenomena and possess terrifying powers. "Let your leader come out and see me." Standing under the stronghold, Baichuran pretended to be arrogant and shouted. Upon seeing this, several fighters of the Shi Baisha clan and Rainbow clan who were stationed at the stronghold turned around and walked back to the stronghold. They should have gone to report. After a while, the huge wooden door of the stronghold was released from the ground, and Shi Baisha slowly walked out of the stronghold door. In addition to being a bit taller, the god Shi Baisha's appearance was the same as other people from the Shi Baisha kingdom. His upper body was humanoid, but he had a pair of white dog ears, and his lower body was a 6-legged one, with 4 horse legs and 2 dog paws. With 2 blue snakes wrapped around his ears and a spear made of fine iron in his hand, he came to Baichuran's body and looked down at him. "You are Shi Baisha?" Baichuran looked up at him and asked. "I am." Shi Baisha bowed his head and said, "Stranger, are you the commander-in-chief sent by the emperor to attack us this time?" "Well, I'm new here." Baichuran introduced herself. "The Emperor of Heaven asked me to be in charge of the earth in the east." "Heh, are you one of the 4 gods?" Hearing the name Baichuran reported, a relieved expression appeared on Shi Baisha's face. "It seems that the Emperor is really going to kill us all. It's just that we have rejected the offerings of several higher-level gods, and our kingdoms are about to be destroyed. The gods are living beings, but these creatures of the lower realm are not." He waved his iron spear, looked at Baichuran, and shouted, "I think I'm not your opponent, but you don't think that you can get a good deal from me. Since the Emperor does not intend to let us go, then our whole clan will fight to the last one." Baichuran looked into the depths of the stronghold, and the soldiers from the 3 kingdoms also looked at him indignantly. He thought for a moment, and said with a deliberate sneer, "Shi Baisha, you have to think carefully. Once the war starts, under the supervision of the 2 gods, your people will definitely be driven out and killed. On the contrary, if you surrender, I can still admonish the Emperor of Heaven to spare the rest of your tribes." "What a joke! Surrender will give me a way out. Do you really think I'm stupid? I have seen how Gongyu clan, the former emperor's wings, were slowly cut off." Shi Baisha sneered and said, "Instead of letting my people be the cattle of the Emperor of Heaven, it is better to let them stand and die with me. What's more, just relying on the earth to watch the sky and listen to those 2 wastes, and how many of my people can be caught? Don't say anything else, even if it's my stronghold, and they can't see or hear it either." That means, Tian Ting and Di Shi's ability was not as omnipotent as I imagined. Baichuran asked. "Although they are known as the eyes and ears of the Emperor, they are not born in the Emperor's body after all. Do you think that with Eastern Tai's character, he will allow them to see everything and hear everything?" He sneered. Baichuran thought for a while. To be on the safe side, he released the true qi in his body and enveloped the entire stronghold fortress, and then he said, "I don't quite understand Eastern Emperor Tai's character. I haven't even seen him face to face. But after knowing that you want to deal with him, I have an idea." "Okay." Shi Baisha looked at Baichuran, then sneered. "Oh, so you can't understand the actions of the Emperor of Heaven? It's ironic for one of the high gods of the heavens." "Of course I can't. Others say that I am a god, but I think I am a human being." Baichuran nodded and said, "So I want to help you." He obviously couldn't believe Baichuran so easily. He took a step back and said on alert, Tell me your thoughts first. Of course. Bai Churan looked at him and said slowly. Shi Bai Shur, in order to save your people, I need your head. Shi Bai Shur was stunned when he heard the words, and then burst into laughter. He pointed to Bai Churan and said with a smile. It turns out that you want to trick me to commit suicide. Are you really think I'm that stupid? After I die, won't my people and allies be at your disposal? It seems that you think that I can't beat you. Bai Churan opened his hands and put on a posture, saying, So, brother, wanna have a sparring? Shi Bai Shur looked down at Bai Churan, and then sneered. Come, I'm afraid you won't make it. He shouted, and his body was shocked. On the blade of the fine iron spear in his hand appeared hurricane and thunder. At the same time, the clouds in the sky also gathered above his head with his actions. This god was in the middle of his gestures. All go with wind and thunder. The blue veins of Shi Bai Shur's arm bulged, his 6 legs pressed hard, and with a loud shout, he thrust toward Bai Churan with a strength that could destroy the mountains and split the sea. Bai Churan looked at him. As a god, his strength was very strong, and the magical power he holds has made his weapon attack ability to a higher level, but in terms of skills, his attack method is very rough. It can be said that it is the style used by ordinary hunters for hunting. With this kind of power, he might still be able to rely on the suppression of power to defeat ordinary cultivators, but when facing Bai Churan, it was obviously far from enough. Bai Churan took a step forward, and before the spear touched him, he grabbed the spear directly. The force on the spear was transferred to the ground by his unstretched method, opening a fissure hundreds of miles deep. Then, with a strong tug, he pulled the Shi Bai Shur over, grabbed his spear from the god's hand, split it into 2 at once, and kicked the Shi Bai Shur out. There was a loud bang, and the surrounding gods saw billowing smoke and dust extending from the rebel stronghold to another mountain. Bai Churan raised his hand, grabbing Shi Bai Shur from the end of the gully, and threw the god on the ground in front of him, then pointed to his face and asked, Do you still think that I need to trick you to commit suicide? Shi Bai Shur's expression changed, and then he muffled. No need, you are very strong. Then can we talk about things now? Bai Churan lifted him from the ground and asked. Take me in, let's talk about it slowly. Shi Bai Shur stood up and patted the dust on his body, then let the clansmen and allies behind him step back, and led Bai Churan into the stronghold. In the conflict just now, Shi Bai Shur, who was kicked out by Bai Churan, hit a corner of the stronghold. Fortunately, there was no one there, so there were no casualties in the stronghold. Bai Churan walked into the stronghold with Shi Bai Shur, and also saw the people of the other 2 countries. As the name suggests, the giant kingdom was a tribe of tall giants, except that they are at least 5 or 6 meters tall, and their hands and feet were extraordinarily thick. There is no big difference in appearance between them and the human race. The people of Rainbow Kingdom were more peculiar. They all had 2 heads. When walking, the 2 heads were still talking to each other. Seeing Bai Churan coming in with Shi Bai Shur, they all acted very scared. A 9-meter-tall giant shrank beside Bai Churan, as if the next moment Bai Churan would open his mouth and eat him. Following Shi Bai Shur, Bai Churan came all the way to the center of the stronghold. In the tall wooden house in the center, there were a few huge seats built of wood and some kind of animal bones. Shi Bai Shur sat on the central one. Bai Churan was asked to sit on a smaller chair next to him, and then Shi Bai Shur asked, You said you want to save my people and allies. Why do you need my head? Because I want to gain the trust of the Emperor of Heaven. Bai Churan replied. In this rebellion, the warriors of the 3 kingdoms are not the opponents of the Eastern God army at all. Why does the Emperor need me, a God general, to take action? Because he want to test my abilities. You are the leader of the rebellion. As long as you are killed, the Emperor will not care about the other tribes at all. You may not like my words, but in his eyes, I'm afraid your men are no different from the ants in the heavenly garden. As long as you offer your head, whether I want to take your tribe to a safe place now or save more tribes in the future, it will be more convenient. Speaking is always easier than doing. Shi Bai Shur asked. How are you going to take away my people and allies, and where are you going to take them? It's simple. I recently learned a new trick from a friend. As Bai Churan said, he took out a wolf hairbrush and a blank scroll from his storage bag. He pulled the scroll aside and lay down on the ground. The brush was soaked in the ink he was carrying in his storage bag, and then he started to draw on the scroll. As the hidden leader of the Righteous Alliance, Baichuran has also studied the techniques of other sects. Of course, he has also studied the painting techniques of Saint of Painting Li Pengfei. The Saint of Painting, as well as the shameful elder of the Qingming sword sect who liked to collude with him to sell porn books, have also accepted his instruction, so drawing a picture was not difficult for him. Soon, Baichuran drew a freehand landscape painting on the snow-white scroll, inspired by the mountain range where he lived during this period. He put away his pen and ink, dried the ink on the painting, and then said to Shi Baishe, "I rely on this painting to take all your people out. This painting is good, but don't you think that relying on bribery can let the emperor let go of our 3 kingdoms? Come here." Baichuran waved to Shi Baishe, who leaned in suspiciously. Suddenly Baichuran jumped up and choked his neck, slamming his head into the painting. Shi Baishe struggled twice, but Baichuran quickly let go of him. He jumped up and said angrily at Baichuran, "If you want to kill me, just do it. But I won't bear your insult. Look around before speak." Baichuran said to Shi Baishe. He looked around and found that he had come to a mountain range that he had never seen before. "Where did you get me? Welcome to the world in the painting." Baichuran stretched out his arms and said to him, "Although I am not very proficient in this matter, this space is barely enough for your people to survive for a while. Why did you choose to help us?" Shi Baishe looked at the unstable and changing ink marks on the edge of this space, and asked, "You are not of my race, and you are favored by the Emperor of Heaven. You can become the real superior of the heavenly court, enjoying an extravagant life beyond our imagination, and enjoying prosperity and wealth forever. Because the gods are also not my race." Baichuran smiled and replied, "And my race is too weak for the gods, so we need allies, just like you form an alliance with the Giant Kingdom and the Rainbow Kingdom." Shi Baishe said nothing. "Think about my previous offer." Baichuran turned her back and said, "I'll give you 2 days to think. After that, if you don't give your head, then I can only obey the order. You also said that it is not my race, then for my race, kill 3 other races is nothing to me. Are you threatening me?" Shi Baishe smiled bitterly. Baichuran thought for a while and replied, "Yes, you can understand like that. A group of divine troops responsible for guarding the eastern land has surrounded the stronghold fortress of Shi Baishe Kingdom for half a day. Baichuran entered the rebel stronghold since the siege was completed in the morning. After a while, there was a suspected conflict explosion near the stronghold. No one knew what happened inside. They only knew that there was only one explosion. After the smoke dissipated, the silence was restored. It wasn't until the sun set into the horizon and the moon goddess appeared above the sky with her carriage that the army saw their commander Baichuran slowly walking out of it. He didn't seem to have been hurt, and the silver armor on his body was more decorative than practical. Not even a trace of dust was contaminated. Seeing him come out, a group of gods hurriedly greeted him and asked, "Marshal, what happened to the rebels?" "The leader of the rebel army, Shi Baishe, is stubborn and has been rectified by me." Baichuran replied with his hands behind his back. As for the remaining ethnic groups in the Giant Kingdom, Rainbow Kingdom, and Shi Baishe Kingdom, it looked like they were not afraid of death, so I sent them to see their leader. This. A group of gods seemed a little hesitant, and finally, a god general gritted his teeth and said, "It's not like we don't believe you, but there is no proof." Baichuran moved his hand behind his back to the front of him, and the gods would see that he was holding a white bag in his hand. The lower part was wrapped in blood. Baichuran opened the white coarse cloth. Inside it, there was a head with canine ears. Green snakes are wrapped around the ears. Everyone recognized this big and flushed head was the head of the god Shi Baishe. "Did you see my credentials?" Baichuran looked at the deity coldly and asked. The god general was sweating like rain, and quickly replied, "Marshal is brave and invincible. This little god is abrupt. Let's retreat, there is nothing to look at inside." Baichuran ordered. "The stronghold has been uprooted by me, and all the insurgents have been dealt with by me. Take this head up to the sky and offer it to His Majesty. I am a little tired, so I will go back and rest first." "Yes, sir." Several gods took the head of Shi by Shur that Bai Churan threw over, and said respectfully to him. Leaving aside these nominal subordinates, Bai Churan galloped all the way and returned to his own shrine. Once again, he screened away a few maids who wanted to wait for him to take a bath. Bai Churan returned to his room alone, releasing the barrier, and then took out a painting from the storage bag. The painting was full of mountains and running water, but in the mountains, there is a wooden stronghold hidden in the mountains, and the crowds can still be seen faintly inside. "I put them here, but where should I release them?" Looking at the picture scroll, Bai Churan said in thought. "It turns out you have no idea." Wise Immortal spit out. "You have an all according to the plan look, so I thought you were prepared. I originally wanted to put them underground and create a space underground for them to live in temporarily, but after thinking about it, I felt something was wrong." Bai Churan replied. "Although the Mother Earth has long been dead, there may be a god has inherited her godhood, and can monitor the underground. Or else, if you let them live in this picture temporarily, the energy and space inside can last for a few months. After a few months, with your talent, I might be able to teach you how to open up multilayer space." Wise Immortal suggested. "Multilayer space? Is it like your cave mansion? One trial is surrounded by another trial, and several spaces exist in one big space?" Bai Churan asked. "Yes, to be honest, it's very difficult. Even in the age of land immortals, the only ones who can use this technique, except for a few already dead geniuses, is me, but I believe in your talent." Wise Immortal smiled and said. "So it should not be too late, I will continue to teach you today, listen carefully." In this way, Bai Churan studied for several days, and his space spells also progressed rapidly, progressing at an unimaginable speed even for Wise Immortal. However, a few days later, the results of Bai Churan's conquest came down. After seeing the head of the rebel leader, the Heavenly Emperor was happy and then sent someone to give Bai Churan a large number of rewards. Those gold and silver coins, for Bai Churan, were useless. He gave all of them to his subordinates who participated in the last counter-rebellion. In the long run, even if Bai Churan occasionally violated the rules, he believed these subordinates would not go around to spread rumors. But in addition to these things, the Emperor of Heaven also sent a group of people. These are the most beautiful beauties selected in the various settlements of the human race in recent years. The blue-faced god who was in charge of delivering the decree pointed to the group of women kneeling outside the main hall and said, "His Majesty said that you are not married yet, so he wants to find a goddess who is the right person for you. But you are in your prime of life, and it is inevitable to be lonely. These beauties are given to you, whether you are married as a concubine or a plaything, it's okay." Bai Churan glanced at the women outside the temple. Most of the gods were strange in appearance, not human-like, but because the head of the gods, Tai, was completely human, the gods also took the appearance of humans as beautiful. They protected the human race, on the one hand, to show that as the god of heaven, they ruled all things in the world. On the other hand, human was raised as livestock in captivity, and when beautiful women and handsome men appear inside, they can be used for fun. Now these women kneeling outside the temple are estimated to be the beauties selected from 100 or even 1,000 in each settlement. Some of them may even be ready for marriage, but without exception, as long as they are selected, the gods would forcefully take them away. In the heavenly palace, they would be carved by special gods to make them more beautiful, and then they would be included in the inventory of beauties in the heavens as objects, and become rewards for the gods to distribute to other gods. I have no interest in them. Bai Churan raised his eyebrows. When the blue-faced god heard this, he immediately bowed his head and said, "The subordinates are willing to help the gods to share their worries and solve problems." Bai Churan looked at him, and then at the female human race outside. Even though the blue-faced god was shrunk to the minimum, his height was more than 3 meters. Compared with the petite human women outside, the contrast was even greater. If he gave these women to him, most of them would be played to death in a few days. "Forget it, I will accept these women, I will use, when I have time." Bai Churan coughed. "Send my thank to His Majesty for my reward." "Sure." The blue-faced god showed disappointment, then retired and walked out of the hall. He came to the bottom of the mountain, where another blue-faced god was waiting for him, and when he saw him, he asked quickly, "How?" He didn't ask for the money but received the beauty. It seems that he is just cautious, rather than having other plans. The deity curled his lips and replied, "He is just pretending to be upright. I bet that secretly he still can't help but take those women. Then go back and report to His Majesty, so that he doesn't have to worry." Another god smiled and said, "Money doesn't work, but he is moved by beauty. It seems that the mighty marshal of Eastern Army is nothing more than that." In his divine shrine, Baichuran used his soul awareness to hear the conversation between the two blue-faced gods. After seeing the two gods flying into the sky, he withdrew his soul awareness and said to the women kneeling on the ground, "Let's get up now." Baichuran called the maids of other races in the shrine and ordered them to settle the women. Staying in the shrine at the moment, at least they are safe, and there was no need to worry about the wild beasts. As for where they should go from now on, they could think about it later. After they settled down, Baichuran returned to the room and began to learn from wise Immortal. However, considering what the two gods were talking about, Baichuran still had to act. After several days of observation, he called the most qualified of the beauties to his bedroom on the third night, and only let her go until the next morning. Of course, Baichuran didn't do anything to them. If he really had the guts, he wouldn't have maintained his virginity until now. He just asked this human female to cooperate with him in an experiment. He tried to directly teach this human female the cultivation method from the qi refining stage to the foundation establishment stage through word of mouth. As a result, in the process of teaching, heaven did not interfere with him. I think this is probably because of the degree of influence on history. Wise Immortal said, "These women, if in the original history, it is estimated that they would have spent their lives as pets of the gods, or even more unlucky, they encountered a god with terrible fetish and were directly played to death. Even if you taught them how to build the foundation, if they stay here without going out, nor can they have a big impact on the human race outside. Then, what if I let them teach the cultivation method on my behalf?" Baichuran asked. "If you don't want to kill them, you'd better not do it." Wise Immortal replied, "Heaven doesn't kill you but rejects you. That's because it can't harm you. But a few ordinary humans are nothing. I guess if they go out to talk nonsense, they will be crushed by heaven as soon as they speak." After a pause, it said again, "Actually, when you manipulated natural phenomena to guide your named disciple to comprehend the Tao, he comprehended the foundation-building method under your inspiration, but he was not punished by heaven. I am afraid your disciple, in the original history, is not a nameless one." Speaking of this, Baichuran remembered that he still had a disciple in that human settlement. Thinking of his talent made Baichuran release killing intent. That young man might have accomplished a lot in the foundation establishment stage in the past few months. It doesn't matter, no matter who he is, as long as the human race can avoid detours, that's good. Baichuran pondered for a moment and said, "After waiting for 2 days, I will also go see how he is doing. It should almost be able to guide him to understand some magic tricks. By the way, I also need to go to thank Jianglan." After 3 days, after Baichuran completed the progress of the space spell, he left the shrine and walked in the direction of Jianglan's house. In his shrine, there was a map drawn by Heavenly Court. Thanks to that map, he successfully figured out the north, south, east, and west of the world, and where he was. When the two gods flew to the shrine with clouds and fog that day, there was no cover on the way, and they were high in the sky, so Baichuran could easily remember the way. Halfway through, he remembered that he hadn't brought Jianglan a gift. He thought that the young lady didn't like vulgar things like wealth, so he simply wandered in the nearby wilderness twice and killed a big white fox with horns on its back, peeled off its skin, cleaned it, and then bandaged it into a gift. Before long, Baichuran successfully found Jianglan's cabin, which was surrounded by the miasma, but she was not at home and he did not know where she went. After waiting for a while no one came back, Baichuran decided to go to the human settlement first to see his apprentice. It's also a coincidence that Baichuran saw Jianglan in a secluded small wood next to the settlement just after walking down the mountain. Baichuran could feel that a certain kind of energy was used to create an enchanted barrier in the small forest. Inside the barrier, in addition to Jianglan, there was another human girl who was wearing a long dress made from animal skins and looked very healthy. Under Jianglan's care, this young girl was facing a rock in the woods with the index finger and thumb of one hand together. She closed her eyes and frowned slightly, and after a long time, a white energy shot from her finger, leaving a deep hole like a finger in the stone in front of her. What? Bai Churan was taken aback for a moment. The sword beam that I taught her? The great goddess. After success, the human girl happily smiled at Jianglan. I made it. Well, it's easy to use. Although Jianglan's face was still expressionless, the expression in her eyes and tone of voice was much more relaxed. With this, you don't need to use rough stone spears and stone knives to decompose prey after you kill it. Yup. The human girl smiled happily. After I go back, I will teach this trick to others. Thank you, great goddess. Okay. Jianglan pointed to a bamboo basket not far away and said, Your father asked you to come out and gather fruit for the settlement. I have already picked the fruit for you. Take the fruit and go home soon. Okay. The human girl carried the bamboo basket on her back and ran for a while like a deer, then stopped again and waved to Jianglan. Goodbye, great goddess. Jianglan also waved her hand, and then watched the girl go away. When the human girl left, Bai Churan walked out of the bushes and greeted Jianglan. Miss Jianglan. Oh. When Jianglan saw Bai Churan, her complexion changed drastically. She took a step back. The poisonous snake on her shoulders rose up, and there were colorful spiders, centipedes, and other poisons crawling out of her cuffs, sending out a dangerous signal to Bai Churan. Have you seen it all? Jianglan asked with a cold face. Of course I saw it. Wait, I didn't mean anything. Bai Churan suddenly made a flash step. The next moment, the venom spewed from the poisonous snake hit the place where he just stood, melted the trees behind him vigorously. Soon the tree was corroded into a strangely shaped semi-condensed object. Bai Churan raised his hand, surrendered, and said, Miss Jianglan, I won't report you, we are on the same side. Why should I believe you? Jianglan asked rhetorically. Bai Churan thought for a while. Apart from speaking with strength, it seems that there is really no way to make a person who is not familiar with him believe him in this situation. So he also put on a posture like Wong Fei Hung to Jianglan, then said, Girl, wanna have a spar? Heavenly Army sounds like the name of a certain army, but in fact, it's one of the 5 major sects of Righteous Alliance. Heavenly Army sounds like the name of a certain army, but in fact, it's one of the 5 major sects of Righteous Alliance. The 5 sects of Righteous Alliance each have their own outstanding places. Qingming Sword Sect has the strongest offensive ability among cultivators of the same level. The Xuanfa Academy has the highest defensive ability, the Xianju Yulo is the richest, and the Heavenly Army was the largest in number. This sect was established by a certain human general who survived the war between human and demon. The name of the sect was also derived from the name of an army in the war. This sect's internal hierarchy, sect management, etc. all used the same set in the army at that time. The main direction of the sect's training was also military law and battle formation. Their fighting style was brave and progressive. In the Heavenly Army, except for the command flags of the battalions, there was basically no artifact. Instead, they used weapons that were similar to the mortal army, sword, blade, spear, but enhanced with qi, and the combat methods of the disciples from the Heavenly Army was mainly close combat. This way of fighting made mortals in areas close to the Heavenly Army's camp called them Heavenly Generals. I also have been fascinated by Qingming Sword Sect for a long time. Zhuo Yanfei smiled, then looked at Bai Churan standing behind Tang Ruowei. Is this your junior brother? Ah, he is. While Tang Ruowei was hesitating, Bai Churan turned his head back, revealing a very naive, kind, and simple smile. Yes, senior sister. I came out to practice with my sister this time. My qualifications are dull. Master said that I can only walk with my sister to come out and see the world. OMG, my master can't be this cute. Tang Ruowei was overwhelmed by surprise at her master whose pretending skill was so skillful. But think about it carefully, when I first met with Bai Churan, he felt like a serious warrior. However, After getting familiar with him, he became more and more open-mouthed and trolling. Well, that's what it is. Zhuo Yanfei smiled. This sister is called Zhuo Yanfei. What is your name? My surname is Bai, senior sister. Just call me Little Bai. Bai Churan laughed. Tang Ruowei looked at this scene with a complex face behind Zhuo Yanfei, hesitant to speak. Okay. Noting the strange look on Tang Ruowei's face, Zhuo Yanfei thought for a while and seemed to have misunderstood something. He smiled and said to Tang Ruowei, "It seems that this junior brother is very important to Miss Tang. You just call me Ruowei." Tang Ruowei gave a long sigh and said quietly, "Sister Zhuo Yanfei, you obviously misunderstood. In short, it's not what you think." Bai Churan helped to explain. "Sister Zhuo, my sister has practiced special exercises, and she will occasionally experience a intelligence stagnation. Just waits until she is skilled in operation." "Oh, I got it." Zhuo Yanfei nodded incomprehensibly. "So this is Qingming Sword Sect's exercises, so mysterious." At this time, the Ding Kingdom's officials also arrived. An old man wearing a black official uniform embroidered with white cranes, the sea, and the sun, was accompanied by 2 guards with swords to this patio. "Hello everyone, I am the Minister of Public Security." He arched his hand to everyone present. "I believe that the purpose of you here is very clear, so I will not say more about it. We do not limit the means, whether you are cooperating or walking alone. If you are cooperating, the issue of allocation will be discussed by you." This time His Majesty added a reward, as long as you catch the murderer who killed the prince, no matter whether the other party is alive or not. In addition to the previous bounty, you can also receive a grade 3 herb in the National Treasury. The Guardians are responsible for checking the result. You must bring the head back as proof, that's all. After the Minister of Public Security's announcement, the patio was immediately filled by everyone's whispers. After the Minister of Public Security's announcement, the patio was immediately filled by everyone's whispers. After thinking about it, Zhuo Yanfei also asked Tang Ruowei, "Ruowei, what do you think?" "What do you mean?" Tang Ruowei wondered. "I mean," Zhuo Yanfei weighed her words and said, "this time, can we act together?" "Together?" "Correct." Zhuo Yanfei nodded and said, "I don't like to go around, just say it straight. Ruowei, both you and I are disciples of the major sects of the Righteous Alliance. A grade 3 herb. We can easily get one with a little contribution. I am not interested in this Emperor's reward, and your situation must be the same. I go down the mountain this time to gain experience. Right now I'm more interested in the murderer who killed the prince. How about we act together?" Tang Ruowei thought for a while. It's true that with Zhuo Yanfei and her, a grade 3 herb is nothing. In fact, when Bai Churan had nothing to do and study pill refinement, each time Tang Ruowei saw him he has used several grade 1 herbs for experiments. Moreover, they both belonged to the Righteous Alliance. Even if Zhuo Yanfei had some ill intentions, it's impossible to harm her openly. As a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator of the Heavenly Army, Zhuo Yanfei's strength was absolutely guaranteed. Among all the people present, she was indeed the best choice as a teammate. For Zhuo Yanfei, Tang Ruowei was definitely the same. The two of them were the easiest people to establish a relationship of mutual trust. So after a little thought, Tang Ruowei nodded and said, "Yes, let's move together next time, Sister Zhuo. Just call me Yanfei." Hearing Tang Ruowei's reply, Zhuo Yanfei smiled happily and then said, "Then let's go out first. Should we look for more teammates?" Tang Ruowei followed Zhuo Yanfei and asked at the same time. Zhuo Yanfei's footsteps stopped for a moment. She glanced around the people in the patio and said lightly, "I can't believe any of them except you. OMG, what a macho girl." Tang Ruowei exclaimed in her heart. The two went out together, and Bai Churan appeared quietly behind the two like a ghost. After coming outside, Zhuo Yanfei found a secluded place and then began to discuss the case with Tang Ruowei. The two went out together, and Bai Churan appeared quietly behind the two like a ghost. After coming outside, Zhuo Yanfei found a secluded place and then began to discuss the case with Tang Ruowei. "On the way I came, I learned about it in the city, and the murderer who killed the Prince of Ding Kingdom mustn't be immortal." Zhuo Yanfei said, "In order to find the murderer, We now need more intelligence. Tang Ruowei turned his head subconsciously at this time and glanced at Bai Churan behind her. Ruowei, why do you have to look at brother Bai every time? Zhuo Yanfei was surprised. That's right, senior sister. Sister Zhuo Yanfei is talking to you. Bai Churan said shamelessly. In secret, he transferred the sound to Ruowei's ear. Look at me. Watch out for cervical spondylosis. Okay. Tang Ruowei frowned and thought for a moment, then tentatively suggested, I think we need to take a look at the body of the prince. Good suggestion. Zhuo Yanfei nodded and praised. But that is the body of the prince. As a royal family, Tang Ruowei knew how painful the royal rules were. Will the royal family of Ding Kingdom agree to see us? I'll go to ask them directly. Zhuo Yanfei said domineeringly, if they don't allow us, we'll skip this case. After finishing speaking, Zhuo Yanfei walked majestically towards the palace of the Ding Kingdom. Although she claimed that she was only a first-class soldier of the Heavenly Army, she had already had the battle aura of a female general at the moment. Tang Ruowei was a little behind and began to whisper to his master in pretense. Sister Zhuo's demeanor is really amazing. Are all the disciples of the Heavenly Army like this? Almost, in the 5 sects, their people are most like soldiers and the most disciplined. Bai Churan finally returned to normal and nodded. However, Zhuo Yanfei's status is definitely not an ordinary disciple. Her qualifications are similar to yours, and she becomes a first-class soldier during the Foundation establishment stage. It means that her level in all aspects is definitely not low. She should be an elite in the current generation of the Heavenly Army. I'm really curious about what kind of person the sect leader of the Heavenly Army is. Tang Ruowei said. Their sect leader was called the Marshal. Other sects generally called him Captain, but well, that guy, I guess you are going to be disappointed. Bai Churan smiled. It's not always the same as Ju Yunzi. Tang Ruowei said with cold sweat. No, the Marshal of the Heavenly Army looks like a blood-blooded soldier. But in fact, this training maniac is too fanatical, and the fanaticism has a tendency to self-masochism. Bai Churan's face was darkened, seemed to recall very unpleasant memories. Don't ask about it in detail, it's for your own good. The 3 of them walked all the way to the Ding Kingdom Imperial Palace. Zhuo Yanfei took the 2 outside the palace very aggressively, and then made their own requests to the guards guarding the gate of the palace. After a while, 2 sweaty eunuchs came out and ushered the 3 into the palace. The eunuch led the 3 around in the vast palace, turned left and right for a long time, and finally took the 3 out of a particularly secluded courtyard. There was a lot of training equipment and dummies in the yard. In the center of the yard, there was a muscular man with a naked upper body and a height of about 2.5 meters. He was lighting a large boulder, his sweat turned into white vapor visible to the naked eye overhead. Seeing that the eunuch came with 3 people, the strong man put down the boulder, took a towel from a tray held by a young eunuch, and wiped his sweat. I am Emperor Chu Peng who founded the country. The strong man threw the towel to the eunuch beside him. I heard that 3 of you asked to see my son's body. Yes. Zhuo Yanfei nodded and admitted without changing her expression. Okay, Emperor Chu Peng pondered for a while, and suddenly he rushed towards them. Take my palm. His body was full of golden energy, and his muscles bulged up like an angry dragon, and then the emperor of the country raised his palm and rushed towards Bai Churan. Bai Churan stood untouched, even reaching for his nostrils. Tang Ruowei's eyes jumped, her palms were slightly lifted and put down. Zhuo Yanfei took a step forward, sipped and raised her palm without fear. The 2 disproportionate palms collided together with a bang, and the golden airflow was wrapped in an extremely cold real element, spreading around, shattering the surrounding ground, and also condensing the debris into ice. Zhuo Yanfei and Chu Peng Emperor took a few steps back. The former's face did not change, the while the latter's face turned slightly red, but back to normal a moment later. Your Majesty is really good. Zhuo Yanfei praised. Very few one can use the mortal martial arts to hold us like this. Haha, you're also a girl who was not less macho than any man. Emperor Chu Peng smiled very boldly and said, several groups of people have come before, and they put forward the same opinions as you, but they are all vain. They said how powerful it is to be a cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage, how they are superior to the mortal warrior, but when I have tested them like this, no one can block my palm. You are the first. I just am lucky and have a good teacher, Zhuo Yanfei said modestly. The two looked at each other and laughed very boldly at the same time, as if a very delicate friendship was established through the muscles. So, Your Majesty Chu Peng, the corpse of the Crown Prince, can you let us check it? After the laugh, Zhuo Yanfei asked. Well, at least your strength is above me. Emperor Chu Peng thought for a while and waved. I accept your request. Your Majesty, please think again. Your Majesty, please think again. The eunuch beside him quickly persuaded. That's the precious body of His Royal Highness. He is dead. What's the use of leaving a body? Can it be used to replace my son and inherit my kingdom? Emperor Chu Peng twisted his eyebrows together and said angrily, it might as well let it work and help me find the murderer who killed my child. The eunuch was so terrified that his legs were shaking, and he knelt down on the ground and continued to apologize. Emperor Chu Peng took 2 deep breaths, and he seemed to adjust his temper. Then he looked at Bai Churan and Tang Ruowei aside and asked, are these 2 your companions? Are they also strong? No, this is just a younger brother, his cultivation level is not high. Zhuo Yanfei pointed to Bai Churan and Tang Ruowei and said, but this girl, like me, is from a famous sect, and her strength is definitely not under me. Oh! Emperor Chu Peng looked at Tang Ruowei and wondered. Just such a weak girl. Your Majesty, I am also a girl. Zhuo Yanfei said unpleasantly. Not the same. At a glance, I can know that Miss Zhuo was a macho heroine. Emperor Chu Peng waved his hand. But this girl looks much weaker, and when she doesn't speak, she feels like everyone's boudoir, no, like my daughter's. Are you saying that I am not feminine, not a real lady? Zhuo Yanfei's complexion became more unpleasant. But Emperor Chu Peng did not notice Zhuo Yanfei's face. He looked at Tang Ruowei, shaking his muscles and hooked. Come on, girl, let me try your strength. Let forget it. Tang Ruowei hesitated. Master has only taught me the killing move. I'm afraid that I might accidentally kill you. Oh! Emperor Chu Peng sneered and said, your boast is not small, but I really want to see how you killed me. But after all, I am also the king of a country. If I'm killed by you, the rest will definitely seek revenge from you, so forget it. You can prove your strength to me in this case. He raised his hand and said, soldiers, take these 2 girls to see the corpse of the crowned prince. The 2 guards came from outside the courtyard and took Bai Churan to a palace guarded by heavy armored soldiers, which held the corpse of the prince. The crowned prince's body was placed on a stone platform in the center of the hall, covered with a white cloth. The 2 guards did not follow in. Instead, an old eunuch led them in. It was estimated that he had the duty to watch what they're going to do with the prince's body. The crowned prince's body was placed on a stone platform in the center of the hall, covered with a white cloth. The 2 guards did not follow in. Instead, an old eunuch led them in. It was estimated that he had the duty to watch what they're going to do with the prince's body. Zhuo Yanfei acted like normal. After entering the hall, she said nothing, went straight to the corpse of the crown prince and lifted the white cloth over it. The corpse of the prince was exposed to the eyes of the 3 people. Due to the careful care and preservation of the officials, the corpse of the prince of the Ding kingdom did not appear to be spoiled, nor did any smell come out. Inheriting the excellent genes of Emperor Chu Peng, the crown prince was also a bulking man. Although his muscles were not as much as his father, just by looking at this body, people could know that the prince's strength was extraordinary. But he was killed silently while watching the show. Zhuo Yanfei began to examine the cause of death. Tang Ruowei was also on the sidelines. At this time, Bai Churan also opened his eyes and scanned the body. After observing for a while, Bai Churan knew the cause of the crowned prince's death. At this moment, Tang Ruowei suddenly looked up and asked, Junior brother, do you have any opinion? Zhuo Yanfei also blinked and looked at him. Opinion? What opinion? Bai Qiuren pretended to be confused and scratched his head. This junior brother is dumb and short-sighted, what can I say? Damn it, he's too cunning. Tang Ruowei scolded in her heart, and after seeing Bai Churan's eyes for a moment, the girl understood that he must know something, but this guy wouldn't say, even if it was a sudden attack, he could respond calmly and freely. This is 3,000 years of experience. So let me talk about my findings. Zhuo Yanfei pointed to a wound on Prince's shoulder and said, "Here, it's obviously not caused by humans." Tang Ruowei glanced at it. The shoulder seemed to be bitten by something, and looking at the degree of torn flesh, it really did not look like the damage that human teeth can cause. "But what is this wound from? It should be a fox." Zhuo Yanfei replied, "My family used to be hunters. Before joining the Heavenly Army, I usually go to the mountains with my dad to hunt. At that time, the fur of the fox was very valuable. I was once bitten by a wild fox." "Then this is a demon." Tang Ruowei recalled the cultural class she studied in Qingming Zhenzong. "But this doesn't look like a fatal wound." "Yes, but there are no wounds on the surface." Zhuo Yanfei thinks, "If we can open his chest." Alas, two ladies. The old eunuch beside her was startled and quickly stopped. "This is the crown prince's body, don't go too far." "Alas, Emperor Chu Peng let us see his son's body, we must also give him a face. The dead should be respected, we cannot blaspheme the dead body at will." Zhuo Yanfei's face showed regret, but she still said, "Come on, Ruowei, let's go look at other places." After leaving the hall, Zhuo Yanfei and Tang Ruowei went to the place where the prince died. It's said that the site of the death of the prince was on the side of a canal in the imperial city. The group was performing on the street next to the canal. At that time, the entire floor was covered by the wealthy prince, and only he and his bodyguards were here. But after Zhuo Yanfei and Tang Ruowei went around, they found the problem. There is no sign of ruckus at all. Zhuo Yanfei said, "Not mention that, I think the wound on the crown prince's shoulder is very strange first." Tang Ruowei said, "That is obviously a fox demon, but under the protection of the elite guards of Ding Kingdom, killing a Ding Kingdom prince equivalent to the top of the qi refining stage without being discovered, the demon's level must be high. Did it spend a lot of effort to conceal the eyes and ears of all the guards present and sneak in, just to bite the prince and cause him a non-fatal wound? No one with the right mind would do that. Then this is not where the prince really died." Zhuo Yanfei said, "Someone must have concealed something, perhaps to save their own lives, or for other purposes. We should go back to the palace again. We should go back to the palace again." After leaving the crime scene, Zhuo Yanfei suggested, "The guards who followed the prince at that time, they must know where the prince's real death was. Our actions should be accelerated. I am afraid that the murderer will start to deal with these witnesses." "Okay." Tang Ruowei nodded, but at this time, Bai Churan suddenly raised his hand. "Wait, senior sister, Sister Zhuo Yanfei." "Huh? Brother Bai, what's wrong?" Zhuo Yanfei asked curiously. "Now the case looks a little bit weird. I don't think I can help you." Bai Churan pretended to be ashamed and said, "To prevent me from dragging your legs, I should stay in the palace." Tang Ruowei walked into Bai Churan, turned his back to Zhuo Yanfei, and asked quietly, "Master, what are you doing?" "I'm going to find friends elsewhere." Bai Churan's mouth didn't move, but he could still convey a message to Tang Ruowei's mind. Tang Ruowei immediately remembered the friend Bai Churan had met in order to obtain information in the pleasure realm. Hearing that the Kamasutra sect was full of women, it's presumed that this friend was also a woman. Reminiscing about the bad habit of the Kamasutra sect, Tang Ruowei felt a little uncomfortable. But she didn't ask to follow. Once she got the job, she couldn't leave Zhuo Yanfei alone and followed Bai Churan to the red light district. Secondly, this was originally her own test. Even according to the rules, Bai Churan should not even go down the mountain with her. Bai Churan's strength was too extraordinary. If he went to any dangerous place in the future, Tang Ruowei must have the matching strength if she wanted to go with it, otherwise, she would just be a load, which would only increase Bai Churan's troubles. So she paused and replied, "I get it, brother, please stay. Let me and Yanfei handle this matter." In the small courtyard at the back of the pleasure realm, the beautiful lady in white clothes was caressing the jade instrument in front of her. In the small courtyard at the back of the pleasure realm, the beautiful lady in white clothes was caressing the jade instrument in front of her. The sound of the music instrument was mellow, mixed with the rustling sound of the wind blowing bamboo leaves, giving people a refreshing and pleasant feeling. Suddenly, there was a murmur of wind mixed with the sound. Su Xiangshue's music continued, but she sighed. The next time you come in, can you please go through the door? I don't like your disciples very much, they're so lustful. A fresh breeze mixed with leaves formed in the yard, a silhouette appeared out of thin air. That's a beautiful woman wearing a green veil and emerald green hair. She bent over to Su Xiangxue and paid a courtesy. Long time no see, princess. I am not your princess. Su Xiangxue stopped while sighing. Since you have also come, it means that the little guys who are active in the country are really the demon? Yes, we were recently dispatched to bring all the demon races in the 9 provinces back to the demon world. The green-haired woman raised her head and looked at Su Xiangxue. Pry. Miss Xiangxue, do you really refuse to listen to Kui Luo's persuasion and go back to the demon world? Su Xiangxue is human, not a demon. Why should I go back to the demon world? Su Xiangxue took the time to pick up the teapot and teacup on the table and poured herself a cup of tea. The demon emperor's lifespan is about to come to an end. The woman who claimed to be Kui Luo uttered a piece of shocking news. Su Xiangshue's hand slightly shook, then she said, "So what does it matter to me? After the death of the crowned prince 2,000 years ago, the demon emperor did not set up an heir. Now his majesty will die, and the 10 kings of the demon world are all about to move. You reap what you sow. If the crowned prince did not order to slaughter Lin province's people, Qingming's sword matriarch would not directly kill him." Su Xiangxue said without looking up, "The demon emperor has fault too. Since he's so womanizing, why not make 1 or 2 more princes? And now you want me to fill the empty seat for you?" Kui Luo was speechless. "You should go. The intelligence network of the Kamasutra sect has found the location of the group of the demon. Just go to the door and my disciple will take you there." Su Xiangxue raised her hand. "There are indeed people involved in this matter, but I hope you can act calmly. We finally have 2,000 years of peace. It's not a good thing for anyone to fight again. Then, I'll resign." The green-haired woman bowed deeply again, and a whirlwind mixed with leaves wrapped her whole person, then disappeared. After Kui Luo left, Su Xiangxue sat quietly for a moment, then suddenly said, "Come out, she is gone." As soon as the words fell, Bai Churan pushed open the door of the courtyard and walked out. "Oh, I really can't believe that there's one day Bai Churan also have to hide from others." Su Xiangxue looked at him sideways, her eyes full of smiles. "Are you afraid?" "No, as you said, I just think about the peace between the 2 races." Bai Churan came to Su Xiangxue to sit down with some sorrow. "After all, I not only killed the demon prince but also killed her mother, and Kui Luo is definitely not a demon who will think calmly." Su Xiangxue took out a teacup and poured tea for Bai Churan, who continued to say, "And I'm not like jade-faced Buddha who won't fight back or scold. If she fights with me, I have to passively fight back. For the sake of her safety, it is better for me to not appear in front of her. Actually, in 2,000 years, the hatred has been diluted." Su Xiangxue rolled his eyes. "If you listen to my suggestion, let Kui Luo beat you, maybe she will resolve this hatred earlier this morning. With her strength, she can't kill you. Why do I have to let her beat me without fighting back?" Bai Churan asked, "She's not my mother." "Forget it, I don't hate this mindset of yours." Su Xiangxue patted his shoulder and said, "Keep on." Bai Churan drank the tea in front of him, and Su Xiangxue began to play the piano. "Speaking of it, why you don't play the lovey-dovey training game with your apprentice Shangshuan princess, but come here?" Su Xiangxue asked. "You have no psychological shadows about the Kamasutra sect?" "No, I just saw that there was a fox demon involved in the assassination of Prince Dingguo. I came over and told you that." Bai Churan sighed. "After all, 2,000 years have passed, now these young people probably don't know what kind of fox clan represents in the demon race. But, judging from the situation just now, you already know this, then I only come here for a cup of tea. Not care about your apprentice?" Su Xiangxue asked. "The guy who killed the crown prince has at most the power of foundation establishment stage, and the technique is extremely rough." Bai Churan replied, "Ruo Wei was also accompanied by a disciple of the heavenly army. If the 2 of them could not even deal with this kind of opponent, then I would have to punish her after I went back. The only problem now is that I am afraid that Kui Luo would do mad and do some slaughtering." Then why don't you go? No need to hurry, it's not too late to wait until 2 of them to find the place where these little demons are hiding. Bai Churan put down the teacup and asked, or does Su sect master not welcome an old man like me? Of course I'm welcome. The music was melodious, and the lady in white smiled delicately, which could make any male heart swaying. If you want, you can stay here overnight. Zhuo Yanfei's most worrying thing has happened. Zhuo Yanfei's most worrying thing has happened. She and Tang Ruowei returned to the palace, bid farewell to Bai Churan, and immediately found Emperor Chu Peng, but the guards who guarded the prince that day were already decapitated by the angry emperor. Because of this, Emperor Chu Peng also apologized to Zhuo Yanfei and Tang Ruowei in embarrassing. However, if you two want to investigate this matter, I also have a guess. I don't know whether it is reliable or not. Emperor Chu Peng said this after he apologized. According to my knowledge of my son, perhaps the place where he died is not the restaurant, but somewhere else. Oh, Zhuo Yanfei asked, how can your majesty say this? I choose him to be the crowned prince, of course, I know him best. Emperor Chu Peng hesitated a moment and said, my son is strong and smart, has filial piety and other virtue. Everything is good, except that he is a bit lustful. Of course, I think that for those who want to be emperors, lust is not a shortcoming. After watching the show, if nothing goes wrong, he will definitely send someone to invite the members of the group he can see to go to the place he prepared for the spring festival. Hearing this, Zhuo Yanfei blushed slightly, but instead, Tang Ruowei, who was from the royal family, did not change her face. After thinking about it, she asked, does your majesty know where His Highness usually likes to spoil the girl? Of course I know, it was the ship that I bought for him on his 10th birthday. Emperor Chu Peng replied, it should be still in the canal now. If you want to go, I can send someone to take you there. Then thank you, your majesty. Being led by an official, Zhuo Yanfei and Tang Ruowei came to the canal and saw the ship owned by the crowned prince. Being led by an official, Zhuo Yanfei and Tang Ruowei came to the canal and saw the ship owned by the crowned prince. Even on the spacious canal of the capital of the country, this ship was definitely the most eye-catching one. It's about 30 to 40 meters long and has a 3-story building. Most of the hull was made of vermilion wood and decorated with gold paint. The pillars and cornices of the ship were decorated with clouds or dragons and phoenixes, showing the noble identity of the owner of the ship. On the hull, there were even the arrow slits for the soldiers to shoot arrows. At a critical moment, this ship could even be turned into a warship. Sadly, seeing this ship, Tang Ruowei sighed, a good ship like this is used by the prince as a mobile sex room. Cough. Zhuo Yanfei blushed and said, Ruowei, let's go take a look first. This gentleman, thanks for your guide. You can go back first. The official bowed to the two and left, then Zhuo Yanfei and Tang Ruowei boarded the ship. The first floor of the ship was decorated as a hall, and the second floor looked like a place to eat. Zhuo Yanfei and Tang Ruowei came all the way to the 3rd floor. This was the place where the crowned prince spent the night on the ship. There really is a problem here. As soon as she entered the door, Zhuo Yanfei found something wrong. She pointed to the window on the left side of the room and said, this window is too new. Tang Ruowei looked in the direction of her finger. Sure enough, the vermilion paper window was the same as the other window, but if looked closely, she could still find subtle differences. Compared to the rest of the room, there was too little dust on it. Since Emperor Chu Peng had some guesses, it was impossible not to send people here to check afterward, but those people did not find the problem. The first reason was that this was the prince's ship, and they did not dare to mess up. Second, during this period, someone came back and replaced it. Zhuo Yanfei walked to the window and pushed the window open. Below is the turquoise water of the canal. Someone broke into the window from here, or came out through the window. Let's find out if there are any other clues. Tang Ruowei suggested. The two searched for another pass in the room. It seems that it should have been recovered afterward. Whether it's the decoration on the table or the bed mosquito net on the bed, they were all neat and orderly. It seemed to be prepared for the Prince of Dingwa to bring girls back at any time. What is this place? However, after searching, the sharp-eyed Tang Ruowei still found a clue on the floor. It was a short piece of white hair stuck in the cracks of the wooden floor. It could not be seen clearly without a careful look. The girl squatted down, ready to reach out and pluck that hair. Ruowei, be careful. Suddenly Zhuo Yanfei's voice rang, and Tang Ruowei felt that her rear collar had been pulled by someone. Then, a fire broke through the window, and the floor was burned to black coal instantly. The fire light dissipated, revealing a small red flying sword among them. Cultivator? Zhuo Yanfei looked awkward, lifted her hem, and 2 silver short spears appeared in her hand. The flying sword turned around and shot towards Zhuo Yanfei and Tang Ruowei. The former snorted, wielding 2 short spears, and engaged the flying sword head-on. After just a few collisions, the flame on this flying sword gradually became smaller, and there was an extra area condensed by the ice on the blade, which gradually became larger. With a whisper, the flying sword was taken back, and at the same time, the windows on both sides of the ship room were smashed at the same time. 2 men with masks on their faces jumped in. One of them was holding the flying sword upside down in his hand, a flame was wrapped around his body, and he struck Zhuo Yanfei with the palm of his hand. Zhuo Yanfei also fearlessly countered with a backhand. Her spear blocked the palm and repelled the masked man. Then she combined the 2 short spears into a silver 2-headed spear, which came out like a dragon. She thrust towards the flame controller. At the same time, another masked man also rushed to Tang Ruowei, his hands filled with cold water vapor. It seemed that he should be a water attribute cultivator. Humph! Before the strike hit, Tang Ruowei heard a sneer from his mouth. This man's cultivation level was slightly higher than Tang Ruowei's, his attack was a sneak attack, and the battle happened above a canal which was full of water. He has indeed occupied the right place. But he was obviously wrong. Seeing the opponent's murderous intent coming, Tang Ruowei no longer hid her tricks. Using the evasion skills that she gained through chasing the female monkey on the mountain for years, and the flexibility that was brought by the forging body exercises, she easily evaded the other party's attack. Then she kept this posture and opened her small mouth. A black sword light flashed away, and the attacker made a grunt and flew out of the window. Seeing this result, the fire attribute cultivator on the other side was also taken aback, and by accident, he was also shot out by Zhuo Yanfei. Tang Ruowei and Zhuo Yanfei ran to the window and saw that the fire cultivator stepped on the flying sword and swiftly walked to the other side of the ship, caught the water cultivator, and then flew away without looking back. Moon worshipper? Moon worshipper? In the small courtyard of Pleasure Realm, Baichuran asked curiously, "What sect is this? I have never heard of this sect in Kang Province. This is a newly founded sect, which not even joined the Righteous Alliance, of course, you have not heard of it." Su Xiangxue said while playing Yaoqin, "This sect is located on Baiyu Mountain in the Ding Kingdom. There are several golden core stage cultivators in the sect, and it is barely enough to obtain the conditions for the establishment of a sect. However, what is interesting is that our Kamasutra sect's intelligence network found that Ding Kingdom's 2nd and 3rd prince visited this sect 1 month ago and discussed important matters with the sect leader. Then the crowned prince died a month later." Baichuran replied, "Kill the crowned prince, and then sit down and watch other princes kill each other for the throne. At the last minute, appear as a savior and support a puppet. Will the future of the country be controlled by them? From the perspective of the mortal world, it is a good idea, but in the cultivation world, it's a violation of the law. Moreover, they choose the wrong target to put the blame on. The idea of Moon Worshipper sect is that after controlling a big country, they will gain a lot of resources and develop rapidly." Su Xiangxue also said, "But they do not know that the most important thing in the cultivation world is the fist. How can a few golden core juniors want to monopolize the resources of a country? Even if they can do it, other sect in the Kang province will not ignore them. They just need to send 1 or 2 nascent soul stage, and Moon Worshipper sect is no longer exist." "I think so too. That's why I let Qingming disciples don't think about the vanity. It's the right way to concentrate on practicing and becoming stronger." Baichuran got up lazily. "But I can't just let it go. At that time, Kui Luo will go crazy. If things go bad, 2 races will have another war. I have to stop her." "Do you have to leave?" Su Xiangxue asked. "I won't disturb your cultivation anymore." Bai Churan glanced at Su Xiangxue. The progress of your phantom charm is also a bit slow. Haven't you drained any man to support your cultivation recently? Su Xiangxue somehow got angry, saying, "It's none of your business. I just concerned about you." Bai Churan grinned. Seeing his unchanging face, Su Xiangxue suddenly felt weak in her heart. Scram. Go away. Hey, are you okay? Yeah. This old lady is going out to find a man to drain up. Su Xiangxue pushed Bai Churan out of the courtyard door, then slammed it shut. Go off and find your apprentice. Bai Churan stood at the door, looking at the closed courtyard door and touching his nose. The temper is so great. Draining men is a normal thing, why don't allow me to ask? Talking to himself, Bai Churan took steps and left the pleasure realm. Ruowei, are you okay? Ruowei, are you okay? Zhuo Yanfei took back her spear and asked Tang Ruowei. I'm fine. Tang Ruowei said quietly, although I am not as powerful as you, who can calmly block the attack of those who are down, the master still taught me something. The attribute of the person I dealt with was countered by mine. Otherwise, I should be dead at this moment. Zhuo Yanfei heard his eyelids jump and asked again, what's your last sword? What kind of trick is that? I haven't heard the Qingming swordsmanship have such a move, and what attribute can create that black? After a pause, Zhuo Yanfei was busy again. Sorry, you and I are from two different sects after all, I'm just curious. It's nothing, you don't have to say. It's okay. Tang Ruowei shook his head. That swordsmanship was created for me by my master. I can only do this move, and I don't know how many tricks he has made. As for my attributes, I am Earth. The black sword light is just a special effect of swordsmanship. This move is terrifying enough, and I have no confidence in facing it. Zhuo Yanfei shook his head while talking. You're definitely a disciple of Qingming's sword sect. Unfortunately. Tang Ruowei looked at the darkened floor. That hair is still destroyed. If it's still there, we might be able to trace its owner. It doesn't matter, although the hair can't be tracked down. When I was fighting, I already marked on the fire cultivator. Zhuo Yanfei was confident. Here is on the water, he is a fire cultivator, fighting with me who is a water cultivator. Is it self-troubling? Sister, you're amazing. Tang Ruowei's eyes shone and praised. Zhuo Yanfei was a little embarrassed by her and whispered, that fire cultivator is out of the city. Let's go after him. 100 miles away from the capital of the country, a cloud of fire descended from the sky and turned into the fire cultivator. He also carried a man on his shoulder and landed on the mountain. Several men and women dressed in the same clothes suddenly appeared around the mountain. When they saw this cultivator landing, a man quickly asked, Pei Yuan, you are back. What happened to Pei Shan? Senior brother Pei Qing. The fire cultivator known as Pei Yuan said sadly, we failed, this time it's not the mortal who traced the case. There are two female cultivators who were very tricky, and Pei Shan was killed in a careless moment. The male cultivator who was questioning suddenly became alert and asked, are you not being followed? No, I took the pills all the way back and flew here from the Ding Kingdom in one breath. Pei Yuan's face was distressed. The two of them are also in the foundation establishment stage, and it is impossible to catch up with me. Good. The male cultivator took the body of Pei Shan. Relax, master will avenge him afterward, and we will remember his contribution. Compared to this, senior uncle has issued a convening order, and the places where the little animals were hiding have been found. Let us participate in the encirclement and suppression first. It has been a long time since monsters that can transform appeared in 9 provinces. If we got their core, May Master and Senior Uncle can break through the Golden Core stage. In that way, the strength of our sect will definitely be higher, maybe we will be able to join the Righteous Alliance by then. Oh, I understand now. Pei Yuan handed Pei Shan's body to a younger brother next to him and then asked, Senior brother, where is the encirclement? Southern of the Ding Kingdom. Pei Qing replied, Dingjiang Mountain. The cultivators discussed the details again and then left. A moment passed, and after confirming that the cultivators would not return, 2 figures suddenly appeared on the ground of this hill. I heard some interesting news. Tang Ruowei tidied up her clothes while secretly pocketing her chest. Dingjiang Mountain, Where is that? That was a famous place in the southern part of Ding Kingdom. When the former emperor of Ding Kingdom returned from victory, he was so happy that he built a statue of him here. Zhuo Yanfei said, but Ruowei, your escape technique also opened my eyes. You're definitely a disciple of Qingming sword sect. This is what master taught me to save my life. He said that if I can't fight, at least I must run faster than others, Tang Ruowei replied, but I did not expect that I could get here in one breath. Because creator's bodyforging technique, Tang Ruowei's physical quality was even above Zhuo Yanfei, who trained her body hard. Bai Churan forced her to lay the foundation, now it played a great role. The girl's true qi was much thicker than the general foundation period. But Sister Yanfei, you seem to be very respectful of our Qingming sword sect. After thinking about it, Tang Ruowei said, whether it's my swordsmanship or escape technique, you will say, you're definitely a disciple of Qingming sword sect. Would you like my sect very much? Well, how should I say, in fact, I wanted to join the Qingming sword sect, but my home is too far away from the Jiyu province, so I can only join the heavenly army nearby. Zhuo Yanfei scratched her face and said quietly, the village in my house was threatened by a demon in the mountain before I was born. The demon proclaimed himself a mountain god and wanted us to pay tribute by living people. At that time, even my mother was chosen as a sacrifice. But later, a cultivator with white hair and white eyebrows from the Qingming sword sect beheaded the demon and saved our village. My parents and grandpa told me this story since I was a child, so I adore him. This, Tang Ruowei's eyes became subtle. Look, my brother is also white-haired and white-browed. No, this is just a coincidence. Zhuo Yanfei laughed and said, Brother Bai is very cute and right, but he is just a qi refining stage cultivator. How can he kill that big demon? After a few days of traveling, Tang Ruowei and Zhuo Yanfei reached Dingjiang Mountain in the southern of the Ding Kingdom. After a few days of traveling, Tang Ruowei and Zhuo Yanfei reached Dingjiang Mountain in the southern of the Ding Kingdom. There was a tea house standing at the foot of the mountain. Looked up from there, the stone statue built by the previous emperor was very conspicuous. The tall man was dressed in an emperor's armor, with a big sword in his hand, standing on the side of the mountain and looking at the distance. It looked majestic. It seems that they have not started to act. Withdrawing her gaze, Zhuo Yanfei said to Tang Ruowei, thanks to your escape technique, Ruowei, otherwise I would certainly not be able to get here so quickly. You're phrasing me too much. It's lucky that we can come here by land. Tang Ruowei waved his hand, and I'm useless when we get here. I haven't learned how to track demons. Leave it to me next. Zhuo Yanfei looked confident. Oh, Sister Yanfei, have you studied tracking monsters? Tang Ruowei surprised. No, in the Heavenly Army, it is also a later training course. Zhuo Yanfei replied, but I know how to track down the fox. Since they ran into the mountain, the demons must have turned into their true form to hide. As long as we can find them, we can know the truth about the incident of the prince being killed. It makes sense. Tang Ruowei nodded. But the scope of the Dingjiang mountain is so large, where do we start? When going into the mountains, those foxes must have been in humanoid form. And they can attract erotic princes to go, presumably, they are all in good looks. It is very striking to go to such a place. Zhuo Yanfei said, where do they go from the mountain? Let's ask around and we should know. The two separated and inquired in the villages and towns near Dingjiang Mountain. Sure enough, they got some clues. According to the villagers nearby, a few women who had covered their entire bodies in the straw clothes came to the neighborhood recently and then entered the mountain from a mountain pass in the north of Dingjiang Mountain. I heard that Wang who lived next to me, accidentally saw the face of one of the girls while talking. That beauty is just like a fairy descendant. Wang is still in a daydream. The villager chattered and looked up at Tang Ruowei and Zhuo Yanfei again. Of course, you two are also beautiful. If I weren't an old man, maybe I would fall into that state for a while. Thank you. Zhuo Yanfei arched his hand at him. The two watched the villager carrying the hoe away, and Zhuo Yanfei said to Tang Ruowei, this is definitely them. The Fox Demon clan has a natural charm effect on mortals. Come on, Ruowei, I'll let you see my ability to catch foxes. Zhuo Yanfei and Tang Ruowei followed the villager's guidance to enter the mountain from the same road as the demon. Zhuo Yanfei and Tang Ruowei followed the villager's guidance to enter the mountain from the same road as the demon. Not long after walking along the mountain road, Zhuo Yanfei keenly discovered some trails. According to Zhuo Yanfei's tracking, the footprints of those demons disappeared in the wood on the side of the mountain road, so Zhuo Yanfei and Tang Ruowei also had to give up the flat mountain road, split the thorns on both sides of the road, and chase down the trail left by the demons. The two followed the trail of the fox demon and gradually went into the forested area where no one had entered. Zhuo Yanfei led the way agilely in front and from time to time helped Ruowei Tang, who also had to walk in a skirt, to give Tang Ruowei knowledge of the hunters about how to survive in the mountains. For example, what kind of fruit was edible, what kind of grass could heal and detoxify, what kind of leaves could easily ignite, etc. After a while, Zhuo Yanfei's image in Tang Ruowei's eyes gradually changed from a majestic female general into a primitive woman in the jungle. Her silver spear actually gave the girl the illusion of, is that a stone spear? However, Zhuo Yanfei's tracking ability was indeed good. She took Tang Ruowei to run around in Dingjiang Mountain, still biting the trail of those demons firmly. It's just that the trail of these monsters seems to be drifting out of the mountain. They are in circles. Zhuo Yanfei said, cunning little foxes. Except for Zhuo Yanfei, Tang Ruowei estimated that the cultivators who hunted them should not have tracked the skills of foxes by footsteps. These demons' plan must be using Dingjiang Mountain to confuse cultivators who were hunting them, and then escape. However, this blinding method was useless to Zhuo Yanfei. She followed the traces of the foxes all the way to the place where the foxes really hide. It's here. Tang Ruowei blinked, looking at the huge stone statue about 50 meters high. Those foxes are under the stone statue of the previous emperor. Zhuo Yanfei turned around the emperor's stone statue, then pointed to a position behind the stone platform under his feet and said, here, foxes generally live in tree holes or earth caves. This hole must have been made by them. Oh, that's it. It turns out they are hiding here. Yeah, huh. Zhuo Yanfei responded subconsciously before noticed that the sound was different. She looked up and found that Bai Churan was standing behind her and Tang Ruowei, touching his chin and looking curiously at the hole on the ground. Brother Bai, how did you come here? Zhuo Yanfei surprised. She and Tang Ruowei depended on Tang Ruowei's unique earth escape technique to come from the capital to Dingjiang Mountain in such a fast time. Brother Bai was just a qi refining stage cultivator. How did he do that? Tang Ruowei began to think hard about how to fool Zhuo Yanfei. Oh, when senior sister left before, she left me a message with the secret method of Qingming sword sect. Bai Churan told a lie smoothly. As a result, after you two left, I happened to meet a golden core senior brother who just happens to pass by the Ding Kingdom. I asked him to bring me over. Senior sister, you remember brother Zhu Yun, right? It turned out that brother Zhu Yun brought you over, then that's okay. Tang Ruowei immediately followed by Churan. The message is indeed my preparation. Brother Zhu Yun is a high master, he indeed can bring brother Bai here before us. Is that so? Zhuo Yanfei suppressed her doubts. Then it's your sect's internal affairs, I don't ask anymore. But brother Bai, you must follow up with us. There is a group of cultivators nearby who are also hunting with these monsters. They are bad people. Understood. Bai Churan smiled and replied, thank you Sister Zhuo for your concern. Okay, now, follow us. Zhuo Yanfei looked at the cave and said to Tang Ruowei, Ruowei, leave it to me. Tang Ruowei reached out and grabbed Zhuo Yanfei's shoulder. After thinking about it, she extended another hand and grabbed Bai Churan. Then she took a deep breath, activated the earth escape technique, and the three sunk into the ground. Down the track of the underground cave, Tang Ruowei took Bai Churan and Zhuo Yanfei into a spacious tunnel. Down the track of the underground cave, Tang Ruowei took Bai Churan and Zhuo Yanfei into a spacious tunnel. It seemed that by this time, the demons have recovered their human form, and instead used a spell to dig a cave out for hiding. Be careful. Zhuo Yanfei pulled out her two short spears but did not put them together. A demon capable of transforming is at least equivalent to a cultivator of our level, not mention that there is no guarantee that they will have no special abilities. Junior brother Bai, you hide between me and Ruorwei. No problem, sisters were. Bai Churan shamelessly ran to the position between two young girls and accepted their protection without any problem. Tang Ruorwei was behind Bai Churan, looking at him with a complex face. Taking advantage of Zhuo Yanfei's inattention, she approached Bai Churan and asked in a low voice, Master, what are you doing here? I have said this is your own experience this time, except when you encounter a situation that the cultivators in the foundation establishment stage can't handle it anyway, I won't act. Bai Churan replied with his voice transfer skill, I came to help you eliminate the factors that you can't handle. Rest assured, just follow your idea, I will not let those guys affect your experience. Okay. Tang Ruorwei whispered. Following Zhuo Yanfei, the three of them went along the tunnel. After a few minutes, a white shadow suddenly flashed in front of them. Oh! Zhuo Yanfei warned a short spear sideways and said at the same time, Who are you? No one answered her words in the dark, but the whizzing voice was getting faster and faster in the dark space around. Tang Ruorwei was also vigilant. Only Bai Churan was still there, showed a confusing expression like he didn't know what to do. Suddenly, with her affinity for the surrounding land, Tang Ruorwei sensed that some object was approaching behind her. She turned sideways in advance and dodged the sneak attack. A white fox tail came from the darkness, wiped her face, and hit hard on Bai Churan's back. With a loud mumble, Tang Ruorwei saw Bai Churan froze for a while, then he covered his back and fell on the ground deliberately in a very contrived posture. Ah! The white-haired young man rolled around shamelessly on the ground. I'm dying. Brother Bai. Zhuo Yanfei immediately squatted down with concern, pulling Bai Churan's arm. Are you okay? Tang Ruorwei also heard a cry from the darkness. Why is this man so weak? She stared blankly at her master who was leaning shamelessly on Zhuo Yanfei and said lightly, Sister Yanfei, don't worry, he has our master's magic tool on him, it'll protect him from death. Then she turned around again and said to the one in the dark, Please let go of the hostility. We are not in the same group as those who chase you. You see, our fighting power is so weak. We just want to ask about the details of the crowned prince's death. Can you come out and talk to us? Perhaps it was Bai Churan's pain groan that was lowering the guard. There was a sound of walking in the darkness. Then a black-haired woman in a white dress with a fluffy decoration came out of the darkness, followed by several other girls who wore different colors. These girls were born beautiful, and there were swaying foxtails of varying amounts and colors behind them. The white dress girl came to Tang Ruorwei and others, and the remaining fox surrounded them in the middle, and then said to them. The white dress girl came to Tang Ruorwei and others, and the remaining fox surrounded them in the middle, and then said to them, Human, what do you want to talk about? The crowned prince of the Ding kingdom, do you have any impression? Tang Ruorwei said to her, On the night you performed in the imperial city, some of you were called to his ship. Can you tell us what happened later? Why should we tell you? The white fox girl wryly said. We are not afraid to tell you the truth. We were commissioned by the emperor of the country to investigate this matter. Zhuo Yanfei put Bai Churan on the ground and got up. Now there is a group of cultivators outside. It should be a sect that wants to arrest you and take your inner core to make pills. If you are innocent in this matter, then we can help each other. You help us catch the real murderer, we help you escape their pursuit. The white fox girl hesitated for a moment, and a woman with a fiery red fox tail behind her whispered, Your Royal Highness, the human race is not credible. Oh hey! Bai Churan suddenly screamed, interrupting the red fox's words, and he seemed to whisper in pain while moaning, My shoulder is broken, and the magic tool given to me by Master is also broken. The hesitation expression flashed on the face of the white fox girl, and then she said, Okay, let me tell you. Your Highness. All right. The white fox girl stopped her men. It's not a big deal anyway. She coughed for a while, and then talked to Tang Ruorwei about the whole thing. This thing started when I came to Kang province. After coming here, we don't have any human money, so I thought about finding a way to earn some, so I took my maids and started idle activities. What is idle? Tang Ruorwei asked Zhuo Yanfei. This is a foreign language, from my hometown farther away, on a small island overseas, meaning a person who was adored and being sought after. The white fox girl explained. Aren't you a demon equivalent to a Foundation establishment stage cultivator? Tang Ruowei asked. Why are you doing this kind of activity? If you need money, I can think of many better things that you can do. Cough, this is personal hobby, personal hobby. The white fox waved. In short, the more our group appears on stage, the more famous we become. One day I received an invitation from a high-rank official. He said that His Highness wanted to meet me, and I followed him. Why did you go? Zhuo Yanfei wondered. He said he has prepared good wines and delicious dishes. The white fox is embarrassed. I'm thinking that it's free food, not to eat is also a waste. Tang Ruowei and Zhuo Yanfei glanced at each other, speechless. In short, after going to the ship, the prince let the others get off the boat and then tried to hug me. There was a trace of disgust on the face of the white fox girl. He maniacally whispered, wife, honey, and the like. At the time I thought you crazy. Who is your wife? I just bit his shoulder and jumped the window and fled along the canal. I didn't even have time to eat anything. Later, when I was out of the city, a group of human cultivators hunted us down, and we fled here all the way. In other words, you just bit the prince and didn't kill him? Zhuo Yanfei asked. Absolutely not. The white fox girl shook her head and said, how could someone die because of a bite on the shoulder? My teeth aren't toxic. I guess it was the human race who chased us. When I jumped out of the window, I think I saw someone floating near the ship. Zhuo Yanfei looked down and looked at Tang Ruowei from time to time. Neither of them believed her because they just heard one side of the story, but what the white fox said did indeed match the situation they verified. But at this moment, a sudden tremor came from the ground. There was mud brushing down from the top, and outside of the cave, someone shouted loudly, come out, we have found you, and hiding is useless. It seems that they found us. It seems that they found us. Zhuo Yanfei closed her eyes and used a secret detection method of the Heavenly Army. There are 4 people outside, 2 in the middle of the Foundation establishment stage, 1 in the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, and 1 is quasi-golden core. It seems that the golden core stage cultivators have not yet arrived. What should we do now? The white fox girl suddenly panicked. We will honor our promise. Zhuo Yanfei glanced at the foxes and said lightly, Ruowei, you and I went out to lead them away. With your technique, escape from them was not a problem. Brother Bai, you stay here with these foxes, as soon as we lead those bad guys away, you run together with them. Can't we hide in the hole and not go out? The white fox girl asked. Bai Churan squinted at her, and said quietly, I remember that when I was a kid, I didn't have any entertainment. My favorite game was to find an ant cave in the mountains, and then pee inside, or light a fire at the entrance of the cave, and fan smoke to smoke the ants, 2 heroines. Baihu immediately bowed to Zhuo Yanfei and Tang Ruowei, please save us. Then masked, junior brother, see you later. Tang Ruowei glanced at Bai Churan and said, farewell. Bai Churan waved his hand with a smile, watching Tang Ruowei and Zhuo Yanfei disappear into the earth, then the smile on his face converged and became a lazy face. Go. He waved at the foxes, you go inside to hide. What are you doing? Several foxes looked weirdly at this chi refining stage cultivator who suddenly began to talk big. The white fox girl pointed to his head and asked, were you hit in your head? Ha ha. Bai Churan smiled. Your father didn't dare to say this in front of me, you are braver than him. The white fox girl froze for a moment. Bai Churan raised his finger, released a sword beam, and said, you came from the demon world. Didn't your dad tell you to be careful of Qingming sword sect's chi refining stage cultivators? Behind the stone statue of the previous emperor, 4 cultivators were standing here, surrounding the earth cave at the foot of the stone statue. Behind the stone statue of the previous emperor, 4 cultivators were standing here, surrounding the earth cave at the foot of the stone statue. They were disciples of moon-worshipping sect who came to capture the transformed demons for the elders in the sect. Brother Pei Qing, are you sure this is the right place? The fire cultivator who had attacked Tang Ruowei and Zhuo Yanfei on the canal was also here and asked a man beside him. The man being questioned held a trigram-shaped compass, and the pointer on the compass was moving in the direction of the stone statue. The man looked down at the compass in his hand and replied, According to the tracking results of the magic tool given to us by the master, the demons disappeared here. Then let me use a spell to blow up everything. Another disciple pinched a hand pose, and there was a faint red glow at his fingertips. Don't mess up. Pei Qing raised his hand to stop. This is the stone statue of the first emperor of the Ding Kingdom. It is the symbol of the royal family. Our sect has not yet had enough strength to ignore the royal family of the Ding Kingdom. Brother Pei Qing, there is movement underground. At this time, another guy suddenly said, "Be careful, there is something to get out." The other 3 people were shocked and dispersed, and the next moment, the ground burst, and the figures of Tang Ruowei and Zhuo Yanfei appeared in place. Seeing that no one was making a move, Tang Ruowei pouted very quietly, while Zhuo Yanfei faced the other 4 cultivators, saying, "I am Zhuo Yanfei, a first-class soldier of the Heavenly Army. This is Tang Ruowei, a disciple of Qingming Sword Sect." "What are you from?" "Heavenly Army, Qingming Sword Sect." Hearing these 2 names, the cultivators around were shocked. As the top 5 sects of the Righteous Alliance, the names of these 2 sects were famous within the 9 provinces. Except for loose cultivators who accidentally entered the road of cultivation, no one didn't know these names. "Everyone, we are here just to investigate the case of the crowned prince of the Ding Kingdom." Zhuo Yanfei waved. "Then it's good." Pei Qing laughed and said, "We also came for this case. We found that the demon who killed the prince was hidden under this stone statue. Miss Zhuo, you too might as well join us in slaying these demons." After our inquiry, the demon inside did not seem to be the murderer who killed the prince. Zhuo Yanfei glanced at Pei Yuan lightly. "On the other hand, one of you looks very similar to the attackers we met on the canal that day." "Oh, the world is so big, there are always a few people with similar shapes." Pei Qing took a step forward while talking. "But Miss Zhu, you shouldn't believe the demon's words. Let's first capture these monsters back to the Ding Kingdom, and then decide." "Ha ha." Zhuo Yanfei glanced at Pei Qing, and suddenly gave up and sighed. "It seems that you don't understand the meaning of these ceremonious words. I don't like it too, so I will say straightly, there is no problem with the demons here, and their identity is not simple. You should retreat." "Oh." Pei Qing looked at Zhuo Yanfei and Tang Ruowei. "So, you 2 girls want to defend those demons. What about you? Do you believe that, in the name of Qingming Sword Sect and Heavenly Army, we can't protect several innocent demons?" Zhuo Yanfei asked coldly. Pei Qing hesitated a little but then sneered. "You 2 girls are kind-hearted, but you have too few experiences. It is inevitable that you are tricked by the demon. Rest assured, we will not hurt you. At most, we captured the 2 and let the elder of your sect come and bring you back." He waved his hand, and the other 3 cultivators gathered around, staring at Zhuo Yanfei and Tang Ruowei. "Seriously, don't you really think about it?" Tang Ruowei gave a long sigh and spread her hands. "I want to say this in advance, the sword has no eyes, you should have been killed by me on your side. My master didn't teach me the ability to spare people's lives. He said that no matter what I did, protect yourself is the first priority. If we fight for real, I can't guarantee your safety." "Ha ha." Pei Qing said indifferently, "I have heard about Qingming's swordsmanship for a long time. Legends said in the same cultivation level, Qingming's disciples are unrivaled. Today, I want to test that. Okay, now we're done with the chit-chat." Zhuo Yanfei raised her eyebrows and drew 2 spears from under the skirt, put them together. Tang Ruowei also sighed, twisted her wrist, and drew out her sword. The 4 disciples quietly spread apart. Pei Yuan and Pei Qing faced Tang Ruowei, while the grumpy Pei Dao and another disciple faced Zhuo Yanfei. "Get ready." Zhuo Yanfei closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and then opened it suddenly. The spear pointed towards the non-speaking disciple like a dragon. "Ruowei, let's kick their asses." Zhuo Yanfei's spear hit a blur barrier, making a clear sound. Zhuo Yanfei's spear hit a blur barrier, making a clear sound. The silver dragon-like spear spouted a real thing and was full of energy. Although the non-speaking cultivator had already prepared, he still groaned and was taken back by Zhuo Yanfei. Upon seeing that, Pei Dao roared, his palms glowed red, and he flew towards Zhuo Yanfei. His palms came one after another like a bombardment, but Zhuo Yanfei's long spear still blocked them all. In terms of cultivation level, Pei Dao was 2 substages higher than Zhuo Yanfei, thus the latter didn't intend to fight head-on for long. She took advantage of this to retreat and use erratic footwork to run into the dense forest of Dingjiang Mountain. Pei Shan, go after her. Seeing that Zhuo Yanfei disappeared, Pei Dao stomped his foot and hurriedly chased. Another disciple who was less talked also stumbled into the ground and used some technique of earth escape towards Zhuo Yanfei's direction. The remaining Pei Yuan and Pei Qing blocked Tang Ruowei, looking at her while sneering. Rest assured, we will not do anything to you. Pei Qing laughed. After all, we can't afford to offend Qingming Sword Sect, so please hand over your weapon and surrender, then we will inform Qingming Sword Sect's elders to come and take you back. Oh, I believe you. Tang Ruowei smiled and suddenly changed expression. Bullshit. She opened her mouth slightly, and a black sword beam shot out, approaching Pei Yuan's purple palace, but a light green barrier appeared in front of Pei Yuan, stopping the sword beam. However, Pei Yuan was still shocked by the impact of this attack and backed several steps. He secretly panicked, but said with a smile, "Ha, do you think I would fall to the same trick twice? Girl, I can't stop your sword beam, but this talisman was made by a late Golden Core stage master. It should be enough to stop your attack. Give up, you have already dashed." Before he finished talking, Tang Ruowei suddenly flash-stepped and approached him, raising her hand and placing his chest. The palm covered in a light black gravity force broke through the green barrier and left a handprint on Pei Yuan's chest. The powerful palm strength immediately destroyed the muscles and bones of this Foundation Establishment stage cultivator, and his purple palace was also shattered. From Pei Yuan's 7 orifices spewed out a burst of blood and his body fell to the ground, while Tang Ruowei stomped her feet, her figure sank into the ground and disappeared. Pei Yuan. At this time, Pei Qing from the side reacted. Damn, don't run. He took out a talisman and activated, and after prompting to inform the fellow companions, he raised his hand and summoned a golden sword, carrying himself towards the direction of Tang Ruowei's departure. At this point, several disciples of moon-worshipping sect were led into the interior of Dingjiang Mountain by Zhuo Yanfei and Tang Ruowei, leaving only Pei Yuan's body on the site. After a while, the ground tremored again, and in a burst of aura, Bai Churan appeared beside the stone statue. At this point, several disciples of moon-worshipping sect were led into the interior of Dingjiang Mountain by Zhuo Yanfei and Tang Ruowei, leaving only Pei Yuan's body on the site. After a while, the ground tremored again, and in a burst of aura, Bai Churan appeared beside the stone statue. Alas, why wouldn't you hear the sincere warning? People are too greedy. He looked at Pei Yuan's body lying next to him. In his special vision that he gained from crossing the boundary of life and death, Pei Yuan's soul was tied up with iron chains by several soul-takers. Should I almost teach Ruowei how to capture others alive? When he looked over there, it happened that some of the soul-takers over there also looked at him. They stared at each other for a second, then the soul-takers seemed to have seen something scary, dragging Pei Yuan's soul and running into the void. Looking at the scene, Bai Churan didn't stop it, he just shook his head and sighed. Although Bai Churan did not advocate the self-mutilation of human races, he knew it's inevitable in the realm of cultivation. According to what he heard, Tang Ruowei had already killed a disciple when she was attacked last time. The other side should know that she has that ability. And before the fight started, Tang Ruowei and Zhuo Yanfei have announced the name of the sect. After all the good words, Tang Ruowei reminded me again and again that they might die, but the disciple of moon-worshipping sect still ignored. It's as if a person was going to jump around in front of others, while clamoring, "Come and kill me," then if this person is really killed, no one would sympathize with him. Bai Churan also glanced at the disciples who chased after 2 girls. Behind Zhuo Yanfei was a cultivator in the middle of the Foundation Establishment stage and one in the peak of the Foundation Establishment stage, while chasing Tang Ruowei was the one in the so-called quasi-golden core stage. At this level, the cultivator's true chi have condensed to the extreme within the purple palace and had a spontaneous solidification trend, and the cultivators also had some characteristics of the golden core stage. However, after all, he was still a cultivator in the Foundation Establishment stage, so Bai Churan didn't worry about his apprentice at all. As long as he didn't have a real golden core, With the moves he taught and her own wisdom, she would not lose. Thinking of this, Bai Churan lazily scanned the stone statue of the first emperor of Ding Kingdom, and then sat on the stone platform at the foot of the stone statue. After a while, a roaring wind sounded in the sky, and several people wearing similar costumes to the previous moon-worshipping sect disciples, surrounding a golden core cultivator, landed from the sky on a colorful flying sword. Master, the place where senior brother Pei Qing activated the talisman is here. One of the disciples looked around and found Pei Yuan's body lying on the ground and Bai Churan sitting on the stone platform at the foot of the stone statue. That's Pei Yuan. Master, he's dead. Calm down. You, put away Pei Yuan's body. The golden core cultivator, who looked like an old Taoist, shouted a command, then looked at Bai Churan and asked, "Fellow Taoist, can you tell me, who killed this man?" Hey, so polite. Bai Churan thought about it for a while, but he looked up at the sky and showed an I don't care expression. God knows, maybe I was killed by me. Fellow Taoist, are you joking? The old Taoist plucked his beard and said with his hands behind his back, "Let the old man guess." My disciple Pei Qing reported that Pei Shan died in the hands of a female cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, and according to information, this time, among the ones who investigated the case of the prince, there was a group that is a combination of 2 foundation establishment stage women and 1 qi refining stage man. It is your senior sister who killed Pei Yuan, right? Pei Qing and others are not here, that means they chase after the other 2. Fellow Taoist, do you think what will happen to your sister when you are caught? It's hard to tell. Bai Churan shrugged his shoulders. My senior sisters will not stop until the truth of the case is found. Let's be honest, as you might guess, the crowned prince was killed by my senior brother. He directly using the spell to destroy the heart, and the blame was put on the demons. In this way, we moon-worshipping sect not only can help the second prince to come to power, control the country from behind the scenes, but also, under the name of the revenge for the crown prince, kill those few demons and get their inner cores to refine pills. This is kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The old man sighed. Even if you know what happened, even if you can persuade Emperor Chu Peng to open the chest of the prince, and find out the real cause of death, there is no way of verifying who is doing it. Well, I know that you come from famous sects, but your sect elders are not here, you still have no way to face a golden core cultivator. Although we can't get rid of you directly, tying you up and waiting for some time is easy. After the dust settles, let your sect elders come to get you back, it still provides the same result. The gap in strength is so great, I advise you not to try something reckless. After he finished, he gestured, and a group of disciples around gathered up. Oh, wait a minute. Bai Churan reached out to stop. In order to avoid the guilt-free situation of the unknowing, let me make it clear first. My junior sister and I are from the Qingming sword sect, and the other one is from the Heavenly Army. It is best to think about it before you start. And, I'm also not an ordinary qi refining stage. Maybe this dead guy was killed by me. Okay friend, the bluff ends here. The old man looked at Pei Yuan's body and said lightly, "Do you think we will believe you?" Pei Yuan's body began to fracture from the chest, and it was obvious that he's killed by a brutal and domineering palm technique, and there is a huge amount of true qi still remain in his body. You're just a qi refining stage, how can you have true qi? Bai Churan has always had a pain in his heart. Bai Churan has always had a pain in his heart. As a cultivator in the 66,664th, no, the 66,665th layer of the qi refining stage, although after 3,000 years, he tried to make up for all his shortcomings, there were always a few aspects that he could not make up for it. One of them was the true qi. The qi si within Bai Churan was almost infinite. Even if he had an immeasurable amount of qi right now, the goal of filling the qi si was still out of reach, so the thought of compressing his qi into true qi has become a luxury. Without the true qi, he couldn't perform some of the most basic postures for the foundation establishment stage, such as flying by the sword or casting spells. Although hand seal could be used to make up for spells, in the end, one kind of hand seal could only make up for one attribute of the spell. Some spells even needed to use the true qi to mobilize the vitality of several attributes at the same time. For such a spell, Bai Churan could only stare and jealous. Riding the flying sword was even more painful in Baichuran's heart. In his youth, when his master hasn't ascended yet, his senior brother has a hobby, to take the girlfriend out for a ride, and Baichuran could only stand on the mountain, watching enviously. So after the old man said something like, "You are a chi refining stage cultivator, and how can you have true chi?" Baichuran felt that his blood was boiling. However, adhering to the principle that a gentleman should speak first before use violence, Baichuran was still patient, and persuaded the group of disciples who worshipped the moon worship, "You better not do it, you will regret it, really regret it." "Ha, little friend, I have seen such this kind of bluff more times than the number of meals in your life." The golden core stage old man waved. "Okay, I'll give you a chance. If you can release a flying sword, I will consider this is your win and let you go." Baichuran's expression collapsed as if someone just forced him to eat shit. "Ha ha, you can't, can you?" Behind the old man, a disciple of moon-worshipping sect pointed at Baichuran and smiled. "You can't even release a flying sword, you really are bluffing. Brothers, come, let this young Bai in the chi refining stage see what the flying sword looks like." The disciples of moon-worshipping sect laughed together, and then released their respective flying swords, and some even manipulated the flying sword, deliberately dangling in front of Baichuran's nose, teasing his nerves. "You're forcing me too much." A group of foundation establishment stage cultivators combined to bully me, a chi refining stage cultivator. "This is so unfair." Baichuran lowered his head, his face was as black as ink, but suddenly raised his head again, and showed a cold smile to the disciples of moon-worshipping sect. Who said I don't have a flying sword? Don't regret it." His hand flicked, and he took out a bundle of ropes made of demon's tendon from the storage bag. "I will show you now. I have a sword." Baichuran raised his hand, and the rope flew out, entwining the huge stone sword in the hands of the stone statue of the first emperor of the Ding kingdom. When he pulled hard, the palm of the statue shattered, and the huge stone sword was suddenly torn up by him, thrown in the air, and the wind gusted out loudly. "Oh my God!" All disciples' faces changed the time, and even the face of the old man became extremely pale. As a golden core cultivator, if he tried his best, he was able to break the mountain and open the valley, but a feat like this, pulling a heavy stone sword that was 30 to 40 meters long and thicker than the waist of two people and waving it like a whip by physical strength alone, that's outside his ability. "Fellow Daoist, no, senior." The old man quickly raised his hand. "Please calm down." "Fuck your calm down." Baichuran's chi permeated the stone sword, and the stone sword suddenly emitted a magnificent glory. He snorted and pulled the stone sword, patting the group of disciples. "I am most annoyed when someone talk about the flying sword in front of me. Do you like flying sword that much? Good, a flying sword is coming." The sword was full of energy, like a stone wall pressed towards the disciples of moon-worshipping sect. Only the golden core stage master could react. A tactic, a golden light appeared all over his body, his palms pushed towards the body of the stone sword. With a loud bang, the old man's energy barrier, which looked like an indestructible shield, was overwhelmed by the endless chi, and almost instantly shattered. The old man him was pressed by the stone sword and spit a big mouthful of blood. With a loud bang, a deep sword-shaped crater appeared near the stone statue, and the disciples of moon-worshipping sect, like their masters, spit out blood and were beaten out. Although none of them died, they were seriously injured and lay on the ground, groaning in pain. "How do you like my flying sword?" Seeing this, Baichuran snorted coldly, pulling the rope back, and inserted the stone sword back into place without any errors. Deep in the dense forest of Dingjiang Mountain, Zhuo Yanfei galloped all the way, using the footwork of the heavenly army and her familiarity with the terrain of the mountain forest, constantly shuttled through the dense forest, from time to time making harassment attacks on Pei Shan and Pei Dao behind her. Deep in the dense forest of Dingjiang Mountain, Zhuo Yanfei galloped all the way, using the footwork of the heavenly army and her familiarity with the terrain of the mountain forest, constantly shuttled through the dense forest, from time to time making harassment attacks on Pei Shan and Pei Dao behind her. Pei Shan and Pei Dao were also irritated by Zhuo Yanfei's actions and did not notice that with Zhuo Yanfei's footwork and familiarity with the terrain, she could easily escape if she wanted. Chasing all the way, the two followed Zhuo Yanfei and came to a deep canyon that could only accommodate one person in and out. "Zhuo Yanfei, come in, and Pei Shan and Pei Dao followed without hesitation, but halfway, they saw Zhuo Yanfei stopped. Haha, why don't you continue to run? Is your true qi exhausted? Pei Dao sneered and squeezed his fist. Surrender and we'll not harm you. Although Brother Pei Qing said so, you little girl has teased us for so long, it's unreasonable not to take for some benefits from you. Miss, only people who can endure the pain of the flesh for a while would have a future. A cultivator in the middle of the foundation establishment stage and one in the peak of the foundation establishment stage deal with you who are in the middle of the foundation establishment stage, and our attribute count as yours. Even if you are a disciple of the heavenly army, it is impossible to beat us. Pei Shan also advised, relax, we will neither endanger your life nor harm your virginity. Oh, it seems that there is a lot of things you don't know about heavenly army. Zhuo Yanfei stepped on the foot, and two short guns in his hand synthesized a long gun. For example, our disciples of the heavenly army are able to overcome the disadvantage in the attributes and fight 1-on-2 with enemies who have a higher level. Having said that, she launched her true qi and activated the secret technique of the heavenly army. Heavenly army was a sect with the concept of training warriors. Their specialty was not only the use of various types of equipment and melee combat but also the characteristics of being stronger in fierce battles. For a soldier, on the battlefield, it's inevitable that there were times they had to face a large number of opponents at once or a much stronger opponent, but as a qualified fighter, even in death, they must drag the enemy to hell with them. Based on this concept, the Commander-in-Chief of the Heavenly Army has developed a unique technique. Using it, a disciple would gain a power bonus when using the Heavenly Army's moves. The more serious the injury, the greater the power. And, when the injury reached a certain degree, this unique skill would also stimulate the true qi, repairing the user's body autonomously, so that the user could continue to fight for a long time. High-level members of the Heavenly Arm were the killing machine on the battlefield. One could kill 100 enemies, all because of this terrifying technique. Its name was Last Stand. With a low roar, the true qi in Zhuo Yanfei's body ran like wild horses, her blood was boiling. Every single one of your guesses is wrong. I brought you here, not because of exhaustion, or because of begging for mercy, but because the silver spear in her hand moved like a silver dragon. The heroine held the spear with one hand, and the other was pointing at Pei Shan and Pei Dao, shouting, "It's because I want to defeat you here and reverse the battle situation." Tang Ruowei's body constantly shuttled in the soil. Tang Ruowei's body constantly shuttled in the soil. She could feel that the cultivator behind was constantly chasing her, full of anger. As far as I'm concerned, I've said that you will die if you shoot, you don't believe it, yet still blame the dead on me again. The girl felt that she was wronged, but did not stop and continued to escape. In fact, the earth escape technique taught to her by Churan could easily let her escape from a quasi-golden core cultivator, but Tang Ruowei had some ideas. Thus she deliberately slowed down the speed so that Pei Qing could catch up with her. Why do I have to depend on your mood to act? This lady is in a bad mood too. Do you think that our sect is far away, so you dare to bully me and Sister Zhu? The more she thought, the angrier she became. Suddenly, Tang Ruowei simply stopped the earth escape technique, got out of the soil, and waited. Pei Qing quickly arrived. Seeing Tang Ruowei stood there, he sneered, "Humph. Why don't you run?" "Because after think about it carefully, why should I run?" As Tang Ruowei said, she turned around and looked at Pei Qing. In terms of background, I am a disciple of Qingming sword sect's strongest person. In terms of weapon, I have the highest grade flying sword that Master refined to me. In terms of technique, I practiced the most advanced exercises, learned the most powerful move. In terms of qualifications, I have the heavenly level spiritual root. In terms of morality, I protect the lives of innocent people whom you are plotting to wrongly blame. It is also you who ignore my advice and attack me first. So why should I run? You should be the one who has to run. Oh, Pei Qing also said, that saved me a lot of things. I changed my mind. Little girl, you killed Pei Shan and Pei Yuan. If I can't let you pay a little price, I'm not worthy for my brothers. Then Tang Ruowei bit her lips. See my sword. The girl opened her small mouth, another black sword beam flashed away. The speed and power of this sword beam exceeded the reaction ability of a quasi-golden core cultivator and hit Pei Qing in the blink of an eye. However, Pei Qing was also well prepared, and with a crisp sound, there seemed to be some emerald green light barrier around his body. The sword beam was reflected, turning back into the Kunling sword, wandering beside Tang Ruowei. The same moves will not work twice on me. Pei Qing sneered and raised his hand. Is it? Tang Ruowei stepped a few steps forward and launched a palm with the power of gravity toward Pei Qing. The latter also countered with a backhand palm. The two palms collided together, black and green true qi exploded from the collision point, lifting the surrounding soil layer by more than 1 foot thick. Humph! After Pei Qing took 2 steps back, his blood rushed up and his face turned red, but he is still saying, nothing special. What else can you do? Tang Ruowei ignored him and controlled the Kunling sword twirled Bu her side. The black sword beam struck again, but this time it was caught by Pei Qing, and his green true qi blocked the Kunling sword and made it unable to break through. I have said that this trick is useless to me, Pei Qing said coldly. You run of techn. Before he finished speaking, Tang Ruowei stepped forward suddenly, stretched out her palm, and slapped heavily on the handle of the Kunling sword. If the power of one move was not enough to break through the defense, then the easiest way was to superimpose the power of the 2 moves. Tang Ruowei's unparalleled palm strength pushed the sword, the tip of the blade instantly broke through Pei Qing's defense, and penetrated into his chest, completely shattered his internal organs. Pei Qing spat out blood and fell to the ground, but he did not die immediately. Hey, you didn't die. You deserve to be a quasi-golden core cultivator. Tang Ruowei blinked and admired. It's amazing. Pei Qing looked at Tang Ruowei with a look of horror and unwillingness, but he already lost all strength to move. I can't save you. Tang Ruowei shook her head. What's more, I already warn you, but you still attack me. I can only give you a painless death. Her index finger and middle finger rose together, her thumb pressed her ring finger and little finger, and the Kunling sword cut through Pei Qing's throat. There was a trace of giving up and relief in Pei Qing's eyes. He relaxed his body and stopped breathing. Remember not to do such injustice in your next life, Tang Ruowei said, pulling the Kunling sword out. The tip of the sword brought a trace of blood, which was cleaned by Tang Ruowei. She thought for a while, then raised her hand and patted the ground. A big pit that was more than 2 meters long and 1 meter wide suddenly appeared. The girl walked to Pei Qing's body, lifted him up with one hand, threw his corpse into the pit, and then used great happening primordial gravity to manipulate the surrounding soil to close up, leaving only a small stone as the tombstone on this pit. After doing all this, Tang Ruowei clapped her hands and stood up. There is nothing to worry about those demons. They are guarded by him. It is estimated that no one in the world can hurt them. The girl whispered to herself, I should find sisters were first. There are 2 people chased after her, and their attributes counter hers. Her fight may not be easier than mine. Tang Ruowei used the earth escape technique to chase along the of Zhuo Yanfei's direction. After stopped several times, using her soul awareness and the methods that Zhuo Yanfei had just taught her to identify the trail, she found the route of Zhuo Yanfei and the other 2. Tang Ruowei used the earth escape technique to chase along the of Zhuo Yanfei's direction. After stopped several times, using her soul awareness and the methods that Zhuo Yanfei had just taught her to identify the trail, she found the route of Zhuo Yanfei and the other 2. When she came to the valley where Zhuo Yanfei and Pei Dao and Pei Shan were fighting, a flood surge broke out inside the valley and 2 figures flew out. She recognized those were Pei Dao and Pei Shan. 2 disciples of moon-worshipping sect fell on the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood, while Zhuo Yanfei held the spear and stepped out of the valley stride. Her armor had been shredded and exposed a large piece of snow-white skin, but her eyes were red, and a light blue true qi surrounded her. Tang Ruowei glanced a little and gulped. Zhuo Yanfei's figure was quite graceful. It's not visible when wearing armor, but now that the armor was broken, 2 huge breasts she possessed was revealed, making Tang Ruowei feel very jealous. Come. Zhuo Yanfei stretched out her hand and waved Pei Dao and Pei Shan. Keep going. What monster is this woman? Pei Dao gasped and scolded. Is this the true power of the 5 major sects in the Righteous Alliance? This is still the case with the Heavenly Army. What about the Qingming sword sect who claims to be unrivaled in one-on-one combat capabilities? Hi, how are you? Tang Ruowei greeted them. The two were startled and Pei Dao asked in horror, why are you here? Where is senior brother Pei Qing? Oh. Tang Ruowei thought about the wording, then pointed behind and said, I buried him on the hill over there. You're definitely a disciple of Qingming's sword sect. Zhuo Yanfei nodded, smiled at Tang Ruowei, and then continued to apply the pressure on the two. Do you still want to continue fighting? Pei Dao and Pei Shan looked at each other, then Pei Shan raised his hand and said, two heroines, we surrender. Hand over your weapon. Tang Ruowei glanced at them and said, if you have the idea of letting your master and brothers come to the aid, then give it up as soon as possible. To tell you the truth, my master is also nearby. He is definitely able to deal with one or two golden core cultivators. Pei Shan smiled bitterly, surrendered his flying sword and talisman, and then squatted down quite consciously. Pei Dao was a little dissatisfied, but Pei Shan persuaded him. Brother, surrender, there is no more fight, 15 minutes. Pei Dao snorted and surrendered his things rather helplessly. The two squatted down holding their heads, and Zhuo Yanfei and Tang Ruowei stood together. Tang Ruowei looked at Zhuo Yanfei's chest with some envy and said, Sister's was curve is really good. Oh. Zhuo Yanfei looked down and then smiled, what's so good about these useless slumps of meat? It's uncomfortable to wear armor and increase the collision area when evading. The only benefit is that I always have a dumbbell to exercise my shoulders and waist. Tang Ruowei's face was black, and she murmured verbally, the full cannot understand the hungry. Zhuo Yanfei did not hear her complain. The female soldier smiled and turned to Tang Ruowei, saying, there isn't much time. Let's tie them up first, and then. Be careful. Suddenly Zhuo Yanfei exclaimed, reaching out and pushing away Tang Ruowei, then kicked Pei Shan and Pei Dao, sent them to fly away, and finally, she jumped up. At the next moment, a violent explosion suddenly occurred on the spot. Tang Ruowei was pushed away and flew out. After landing on the ground, she quickly turned her head to look around. Countless emerald green vines were slowly emerging from a large pit on the ground. They somehow extended out and twisted into a bundle. Behind these vines, more vines were crawling along the ground, covered the mountain. Under the stone statue of the Ding Kingdom Emperor, Bai Churan walked to the Golden Core Master who was fainted, grabbed his collar, and slapped his face. Under the stone statue of the Ding Kingdom Emperor, Bai Churan walked to the Golden Core Master who was fainted, grabbed his collar, and slapped his face. Hello, are you awake? The old man woke up confusedly. When he saw Bai Churan in front of him, he was so frightened that he suddenly waved his hands. Senior, please spare my life. If I don't, you already died. Bai Churan grabbed his shirt and forced to ask, let me ask you a question, is there still a group of your people on the way? Yes. The old man asked for mercy. Senior, please calm down, and I will persuade them to leave. We will give up these demons and leave it to the senior. Stop. Bai Churan continued to ask, which direction will your sect come from? I led the disciples to guard the east. The sect leader was in the north, and my junior brother was in the west. The old man said, they may join in the middle and come from the north. It's strange. Bai Churan loosened his grip on the old man's collar and said, the disciple of your sect activated all communication talismans at once. You should have received the message at about the same time. You have been here for so long, why have they not come over? I don't know, the old man whispered. Bai Churan ignored him, opened his soul awareness, radiated out along the Dingjiang mountain, and then he saw the green vines all over the mountain. It's quite troublesome. He opened his eyes. That demon has started to go crazy. Bai Churan lowered his head and pondered, shouting to the old man. Hey, I'm here. The old man said quickly. Stay here, guard your disciples, don't go anywhere, don't touch those demons, do you understand? While talking, Bai Churan took out an iron sword from the storage bag. Understood. The old man nodded. I'll go for a while. Throwing away the iron sword, Bai Churan stomped, jumped up, and disappeared from the sight of the old man. On the other side, Zhuo Yanfei, Tang Ruowei, and the two disciples of moon-worshipping sect looked at the vines all over the mountain with horror. On the other side, Zhuo Yanfei, Tang Ruowei, and the two disciples of moon-worshipping sect looked at the vines all over the mountain with horror. What is the level of this demon? Zhuo Yanfei took a deep breath. I don't know, but I think it's probably the one behind those foxes. Tang Ruowei glanced at Pei Dao and Pei Shan. Look like your plotting against those little demons has pissed the old one. Apparently it's out of your expectation, isn't it? The vines all over the mountains squirmed like tentacles, and suddenly spit out something from the crevices of the vines. The four people looked closely and found that it was a broken hand, holding a golden flag in their hands. That's the token of the sect leader. Pei Shan's face lost all colors. How is it possible? Do you still have the time to worry about your sect leader? Zhuo Yanfei smiled bitterly. If we can't figure out a method now, I'm afraid we are going to accompany him too. Ruowei, can your earth escape be used? Tang Ruowei tried it and replied, no, the soil is blocked by the demon's power. Ah. What? No, I just remembered that I buried their senior brother in the soil. Tang Ruowei glanced at Pei Shan and Pei Dao. Now, Pei Shan and Pei Dao's faces suddenly seemed to like they just had to swallow old shit. Don't worry about that much, Zhuo Yanfei said. Attention, it's coming. The whole mountain swayed, the soil layer exploded like waves, and numerous vines were drilled from the ground, weaving into a huge net, heading towards Zhuo Yanfei and Tang Ruowei. Whether it was Zhuo Yanfei's spear or Tang Ruowei's sword beam, in front of this vine web, they were like ants, small and useless. When the four people were about to be covered by this vine net, a sword beam suddenly appeared on the horizon, shuttled to form a silver mist. In front of the four people, the big net of vines and a vine nearby was cut together with the ground. The piece of vine seemed to have suffered damage and flinched slightly, and then a vicious female voice was heard from the verdant vine. Qingming Sword Patriarch. I didn't want to be called by that title. After all, I'm just a qi refining stage cultivator. A white figure appeared in front of the four people. A man with white hair and white eyebrows. What? Zhuo Yanfei opened his mouth in amazement. Brother Bai Churan? He is actually my master. Tang Ruowei took Zhuo Yanfei's hand and said, come on, Sister Zhuo, let's avoid it a little bit, just leave it to master. Zhuo Yanfei looked at Bai Churan, and suddenly she understood. After thinking about it, she followed Tang Ruowei and went to hide in the distance. Pei Shan and Pei Dao glanced at each other and quickly followed the two girls. Seeing his disciples doing so, Bai Churan nodded in satisfaction, then said to the vines all over the mountains, long time no see, Kui Luo. Yeah, long time no see. The female voice said resentfully, for 2,000 years, I have been thinking day and night how to tear up your hypocritical face. Okay. Bai Churan touched his chin, and said positively, then do you want to try it right now? To tell you the truth, I have been suppressing my advancement recently, so I can only fight with 1/10 of my power now. This is a good opportunity for you. Humph. The female voice sneered, do you think I will believe you? In the war 2,000 years ago, how many demons died under Qingming Sword Patriarch's tricks? Bai Churan waved his hand. In this regard, this Bai Churan always treats people with sincerity, but these demons don't believe me. They walk to the death themselves. How can I stop them? After a pause, he said again, but this time, I really didn't lie to you. I suppressed my advancement in order to break through the foundation establishment stage, and the strength I can exert without breaking through is indeed 1/10. Bai Churan looked at somewhere provocatively and said, so, do you want to try it? Ah. The female voice chuckled, then snapped, do you think I don't dare? As she screamed, the mountains and vines rose up, and several nearby hills also exploded at the same time, revealing the countless vines inside. The surrounding strata have been hollowed out by the big demon, leaving only a thin shell, and the vines that broke out of the shell condensed into a tall and enormous giant. With a roar, the giant formed from the vines punched toward Bai Churan. The blow created a strong wind that swept the ground, even Tang Ruowei and others who were hiding in the distance were blown away. The blow created a strong wind that swept the ground, even Tang Ruowei and others who were hiding in the distance were blown away. Facing such a powerful punch, Baichuran laughed softly. Pathetic. He raised his arm and opened his hand. The woven giant of the vine suddenly gleamed with an endless green light which gathered towards his palm. The fist that was enough to smash the mountain, before reaching Baichuran's face, suddenly turned white-gray and dissipated into ashes. The green light disappeared, and the giant's whole body collapsed. A green-haired woman in a green dress fell out of the giant's body, covering her chest, and looked at Baichuran with a pale face. Although you are a plant spirit, I also have heavenly-level wood spiritual root. Baichuran withdrew his hand and squeezed it gently. The green life energy in his hand turned into a light spot and returned to the earth. Although you are already an old hag, you are still too young in front of me. Ha ha. The green-haired woman sneered. The Qingming sword patriarch is really a hypocritical person who can shamelessly tell lies. First, I have no obligation to tell you the truth. You and I are enemies. Baichuran stretched out 2 fingers and sneered. Second, who do you think you are? If I want to win against you, do I need to use a lie like this? He tilted his head slightly and looked at Kui Luo with squinted eyes. I only have 1/10 of the strength, but this 1/10 of the strength is enough to conquer the demon world. Little old hag, not mention you, even if the demon emperor comes, he won't go back to the demon world alive. Kui Luo stared at him in silence. Moreover, even if you can withstand 1/10 of my strength, I can immediately take out 2/10 and 3/10 of the strength to fight back. Baichuran pinched his nostrils and said, You are not calm enough, Kui Luo. My worst result is just to break through another layer of the qi refining stage, but at least I will be able to use you as a punching bag. I am still happy. You came to 9 provinces this time not to avenge me, right? Kui Luo rolled his eyes, coldly said, Where is Princess Bai Ling? Protected by me. Baichuran glanced at Kui Luo's face. Relax, I won't do anything to the daughter of the White Fox King. Once the demon emperor dies, the 10 demon kings of the demon world will fight for the throne. The fiercer you fight, the happier our human race will be. I won't interfere with the internal affairs of your demon world. Have the princess told you? Have the princess told you? Kui Luo's face collapsed. Oh, of course, she told me all. Baichuran sneered. Akimbo, do you really think she is on your side? She's just a half-human half-demon child. The result of the demon emperor came to our world and raped human females. When the Kamasutra sect killed her mother and forced her to join, did the demon clan do anything? Do you think that giving her an empty title, and she was willing to follow you back to the demon world and be loyal to the demon clan? Kui Luo bit her lower lip and said nothing. When she was forced by her master to become a tool to gather male essence, that's me who rescued her, killed her master, helped her become the leader of the Kamasutra sect, helped her to implement her reforms and improved the relationship between the evil alliance and the righteous alliance. At this moment, of course, she is going to help me. Baichuran looked at Kui Luo with disdain and continued, Of course, I'm naturally on her side. I know what game the demon emperor is playing. He wants to get his blood back to help calm the demon world, or provoke a war to pass on internal conflicts, right? As long as Su Shangxue disagree, don't even think about it. I tell you, this time it's moon-worshipping sect's fault. You killed half of them, I will still let you go, but the next time it happened, I'll come to the demon world myself and cut the demon emperor's head. If someone else said so, Kui Luo might sneer, but Baichuran had already proven his strength as early as 2,000 years ago. Kui Luo gradually calmed down as her fear gradually overwhelmed her anger and hatred. Baichuran, she straightened up and wanted to continue to say something, but suddenly there was a sound of music came from the forests, interrupting their confrontation. Finally willing to come out. Hearing this sound, Baichuran murmured, and Kui Luo's face changed. Princess. Okay, Kui Luo, stop here. Mr. Bai, please don't stimulate her nerves anymore. A voice that sounded like a yellow warbler came out of the valley, and the sound alone made the bones softened. Anyway, Tang Ruowei and Zhuo Yanfei clearly saw that at the moment Pei Shan and Pei Dao heard this voice, their whole body shook twice as if they were hit by lightning. When the words fell, a white figure came close, and a beautiful lady appeared in front of everyone. She covered her face with a white veil and only exposed a pair of beautiful eyes. The plain white, simple long dress, when be worn by her, radiated a special charm. This beauty held a jade music instrument and stood between Baichuran and Kui Luo. Her eyes swept across the audience and paused indistinctly on Tang Ruowei's body before placing it on Baichuran and Kui Luo. By her eyes, even Zhuo Yanfei and Tang Ruowei felt a little blushing, not to mention Pei Shan and Pei Dao on the side. Their saliva already came out like spring, yet they themselves did not notice. Kui Luo. Su Xiangxue said softly to Cueluo on the side, Princess Bai Ling and her maids have been brought over by me, please take them away. When you go back, please tell the White Fox King, this world is sinister, he should discipline his daughter better. If she comes to 9 provinces next time, then we humans have no obligation to help him continue to find his daughter. Princess. Kui Luo hesitated and asked, did the Qingming Sword Patriarch just say the truth? It is true. Su Xiangxue nodded without hesitation, if human and demon start the war, I must stand on the side of Mr. Bai. Just go back. Do you think that the demon emperor really doesn't know where my heart is? She looked at Kui Luo and gently opened her lips. Come on, Kui Luo, although it may be useless, I still advise you to let go of the hatred. Princess, are you also telling Kui Luo those principles? Kui Luo excited. No, I am a demonic cultivator. Of course, I believe that hatred must be reported, but your hatred obviously cannot be reported. Su Xiangxue gave Baichuran a glance. Furthermore, although I didn't witness the war between human and demon, after listening to it, I thought that your mother deserves to die. Live well, Kui Luo, in this life, you should live for yourself, not for your mother. Kui Luo's life is only for revenge. Kui Luo replied stubbornly. Ah, then you go. Su Xiangxue sighed, Princess Bai Ling is on the way. Goodbye. Kui Luo gave Su Xiangxue a complicated look and said goodbye, Kui Luo is leaving. Princess, please be cherished. I remember. Seeing her turn away, Baichuran suddenly said, there is no next time. Kui Luo gritted her teeth, glanced at Baichuran, then turned into a vine, dived into the soil, and disappeared. After throwing Pei Shan and Pei Dao to the Golden Core old man and telling him to visit soon, Baichuran brought Tang Ruowei and Zhuo Yanfei to Su Xiangxue. After throwing Pei Shan and Pei Dao to the Golden Core old man and telling him to visit soon, Baichuran brought Tang Ruowei and Zhuo Yanfei to Su Xiangxue. Let me introduce to you, this is Su Xiangxue, the current leader of the Kamasutra sect, and one of the 3 big shots of the Evil Alliance. Baichuran patted Su Xiangxue's incense shoulders as if she were an iron buddy. Remember to keep away from her when you meet her next time. Zhuo Yanfei and Tang Ruowei looked at each other, but when they saw the smile in Su Xiangxue's eyes, they bowed politely. Nice to meet you, sect leader Su. Actually, don't be so restrictive. This one is a reformist. Under her leadership, the Kamasutra sect has not killed anyone. At present, the chain store of Pleasure Realm has opened in several provinces, and it has been well received. Baichuran rolled his eyes and said, of course, this one in front of me is still not to be underestimated. The exercise she cultivated is phantom charm combined with the demon race's royal techniques. After my improvement, it has reached the level of being able to call the sky down and rain or blizzard. She can make any cultivator under the nascent soul stage orgasm uncontrollably. Therefore, if you are courageous, you can call her mistress of pleasure flood. Su Xiangxue rolled her eyes and raised her hand to cover Baichuran's mouth. Then she smiled at Tang Ruowei and Zhuo Yanfei. Don't listen to him talking nonsense. 2 little girls, if something happens in the future, you can go to the Pleasure Realm to ask for help, just say my name. So beautiful, hold on. Tang Ruowei shook her head diligently to remind herself of her sexual orientation, then looked at Baichuran and asked, Sect leader Su, are you related to the demon race? Yes. Baichuran glanced at Su Xiangxue. Su Xiangxue nodded to him indifferently, so Baichuran continued to say, she has half of the dragon blood on her body, and the current emperor of the demon race is a 9-headed dragon. What do you mean by the so-called demon race, demon emperor, demon world? Tang Ruowei continued to ask. The demon race is our collective name for all non-human living beings that have spirits. Plants, rocks, animals, monsters. After awakened spirits and practice transformation, We call them demons. As the name suggests, the demon emperor is the demon race's leader, who controls the demon world, and the demon world is another world that was opened in the void by the first-generation demon emperor countless years ago and is connected to the 9 provinces through a rift in space. Baichuran explained, the woman just now is the messenger from the demon race. And the white fox is the daughter of one of the 10 demon kings in the demon race. Oh. Tang Ruowei thought about it and finally asked the question he always wanted to ask, so why does she hate you so much? You dumped her. Although Tang Ruowei was a princess, she's a girl after all, and every girl liked drama and gossip. Oh, that's because I killed her mother. Baichuran replied unchanged, so she hates me for granted. What? Tang Ruowei and Zhuo Yanfei looked at him blankly. 2,000 years ago, the human race at that time had finally gained the upper hand in the battle with the devils and drove or slaughtered the remaining devils in the 9 provinces. At this time, the demon emperor thought this was a good opportunity, so he gathered an army and invaded the 9 provinces. Su Xiangshu aside and added to Baichuran, leading by the 5 major sects of the Righteous Alliance and the 3 main sects of the Evil Alliance, the human race gathered the power of countless cultivators and fought for a long time before they beat the demon back again. At the end of the war, the crowned prince of the demon race, in order to obtain military food, carried out an inhuman massacre of the mortals of Lin province at that time, which lasted 10 days and 10 nights. The history called that incident, Lin Province 10 Massacre. Later, the demon race surrendered completely. In the process of withdrawing troops, a man chased them into the demon world and killed the demon race's crowned prince and the strategist who advised him, as well as all accompanying sergeants. This person is, Tang Ruowei and Zhuo Yanfei glanced at Baichuran. Humph. Baichuran smiled proudly, pointing his thumb at his face. Yes, it's me, Baichuran. It's hard to believe. It's hard to believe. Tang Ruowei turned her head and said. The strategist who made suggestions for the demon prince at that time was a demon transformed from a vine, who's bloodthirsty, and slaughtered a large number of humans. Her name is Kui Mu. She is Kui Luo's mother. Su Xiangshue's eyelids drooped slightly. Of course, as a mother, she is very good with Kui Luo, otherwise Kui Luo will not hate Baichuo so much, for 2,000 years. So what about this demon Kui Luo? Tang Ruowei asked. She isn't like her mother who murders as a hobby, but in case someone provokes her, Baichuran said, you have also seen that the result of the sect leader and disciples of moon-worshipping sect. What? Tang Ruowei froze. Then why do you still spare this kind of demon? Didn't you teach me burn evil ones till its roots? It's difficult to explain to you in words. Baichuran lowered his head and thought for a moment, then said to Tang Ruowei, wait a second. His figure suddenly disappeared in front of the 3 men. In the next moment, he hurried back again, along with Kui Luo who was completely confused. Qingming Sword Patriarch? After a moment of confusion, Kui Luo exclaimed, are you having second thoughts? I knew it. You human can't be trusted. I'm in the middle of a class, please cooperate. Baichuran pressed her shoulder, then suddenly made a left uppercut and hit Tsueluo's face. Next, he beat her brutally with a rapid fistcuff, and then he picked up Kui Luo and condensed his vitality to heal the bruise on the demon's face. Look. Baichuran pointed to Kui Luo, who was beaten up, and said to Tang Ruowei, that's why I let her go. I seem to understand. Tang Ruowei nodded. But I also know the reason why you have been single for 3,000 years. Qingming Sword Patriarch. The next moment, Kuo Luo reacted, screamed, and flung over. Today I'll do anything to kill you. Alas, Kui Luo, calm down. Su Xiangxue quickly stopped her. If you want to take revenge, you should escort Princess Bai Ling back to the demon world first. That's it. Baichuran waved his hands disdainfully. This Baichuran always keeps his words. If I say I'll spare you this time, then you'll be alive this time. Run away quickly. Su Xiangxue had to spend a long time calm Kui Luo down and persuade her to go back to the foxes. After returning, the head of the Kamasutra sect said to Baichuran very resentfully, you're really a troublemaker. Hey, I did it just because you were here. Baichuran shamelessly waved his hand. If you meet a handsome man in the future and it is not easy to drain his male essence, you can also tell me, I will help you to look out.